greatest thing I've ever seen. You're overdue. I just felt it's something that makes you look good, and that's cool, and you know, I'm all for it, but I think you need to tone this down because now it's getting obtrusive to the show. But they can go in the afternoon for a U.S.
Hold
show,
on a second.
As they did there, and they can do 180,000 buys for an afternoon show, which they've also done for All In. So
okay,
we know they can do. We know they can do big.
Can I continue this before you cut me off? We know one thing.
Yes.
We know it might have done well because it went on first.
I'm not saying it would.
Here's my thing, Dave.
But here's okay. Wait. Okay, here's the thing. Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. I mean, it didn't mean anything to me. It was just a match.
That's the problem, Dave. It should mean something to you.
Give him a quick squash win just to show that, like, you know, he's not a loser.
What's happening, everybody? Welcome to another eclectic edition of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week. I am your host, of course, Phil S. Marks.
Fucking Mark!
And on today's show, Dave Meltzer's WWE Delusions Backfire. He talks about Nick Khan and how he's delusional, but then he goes on multiple tirades about how WWE should have learned their lesson last year from going head-to-head with AEW. And we're going to talk about that. His fight with Bryan Alvarez that we didn't get to. Also his coverage of the MVP MMA Netflix situation. There's some funnies from that, and there's some things the last couple weeks we've just had to skip over to get to more pressing issues. So he fights with Bryan Alvarez on this episode, and also his cope about El Grande Americano and Mistico, Bryan. So everybody, don't forget that poor people don't like PWT.
Poor people don't like AEW.
Hit like, hit subscribe, hit heart or retweet if you are on X. You can super chat in. You can become a member for 99 cents. You can also gift memberships if you want to support, or check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes for bonus episodes of Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, not found anywhere else. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, get your flutes in the chat, because it is time for everybody's favorite segment turned show, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. We're going to fight with Bryan. So to start things off, guys, we're going to talk about thises and that's, and then we are going to get into specifically AEW and specifically WWE as it pertains to Dave Meltzer. But first, I want to start with MVP and Netflix, okay? Because this fight went down between Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano. And Dave Meltzer has talked about this numerous times, and he's been wrong about this numerous times. Here was his assessment on, did UFC drop the ball by not having Ronda fight on one of their shows? So let's take a listen.
They listed Ronda at 2.02 million or 2 something like that, and Gina Carano at 1.05 million. If those were the numbers, if those were the real numbers, and I think that those are low, then UFC was completely foolish.
Dave, you're completely foolish, because the reason they got that number is because it was on Netflix. Now, I'm not trying to undermine this number or anything. I enjoyed this event. I reviewed this event. I talked about this event. I hyped this event up. I love this event. Here's the thing. They only did those numbers because they're on Netflix. If they did it on Paramount doesn't have the reach Netflix does, and Paramount wouldn't have gotten this amount of viewers for a Ronda fight. It would have done higher than what all of these fights do on Paramount.
Mm-hmm. If they match that,
but again, he's trying to take a shot at TKO. That's what he's trying to do here.
Double that, because if this fight was in UFC, it would have done monster numbers. Absolutely monster numbers.
It would have sold out that building. And
it would have not just sold out the building, which this one.
It wouldn't have. See, they're just lying and talk. It would have sold out that building. No, man, UFC hasn't been selling out all the time either, and the prices would have been way more expensive than this show. So what would have happened then?
Did a good crowd. I mean, it's over 15,000, I think. But I mean, it would have been, it just would have been gigantic for UFC. It'd been much bigger than the fight with Chimaev, last week in Strickland, which was their biggest fight in a long time, and this would have dwarfed it. And I mean, if it's anything less than 7-8 million for each,
I agree, it would have beat probably all their other cards. But here's the thing, though. He's talking about this one fight. So it depends what is on the rest of this card. And here's what Dave doesn't understand either, because he's a complete and utter idiot.
The only reason I know about this is because I know about it.
This fight wouldn't have main evented either. So in the UFC, this would have been co-main or fight before co-main. And he's not even factoring that in. The headline wouldn't be Rousey versus Gina. BMF baddest woman motherfucker alive. Okay? The title always headlines. So it would have been like whatever the bantamweight fucking title match is to make in the women's division or something above this. Or they would have had to make up some fake title, something like that. But he just doesn't know this because he doesn't pay attention to MMA and UFC.
Then UFC blew it. If it's more, I can see, okay, we're not making any extra money on it really because.
And he's saying exactly, they blew it. Well, I mean, they're not making any extra money on it, really. Exactly. They would have sold the same amount of tickets, probably. They would have been more expensive, so they would have made more money there, but not really. Like, it doesn't matter. They got their money from Paramount, the $7 billion. So they don't need to do this fight. So Dave's like, they blew it. Well, I mean, not really. They didn't really blow it because, the money's that side. That's all they're looking at. So what is blowing it? Blowing it as you just wanting to take shots at TKO? That's how they blew it? Okay.
Or we don't. But when I saw those numbers, it's like if those numbers even close to real and UFC didn't double them, then UFC just blew it, really, I think.
Oh, yeah.
But,
I thought overall sorry.
Just because they opened the door. It's like the Vince McMahon thing. We can't open the door. They opened the door, number one. And also,
what's like the Vince McMahon thing? Nothing's like the Vince McMahon thing. It's like the Vince McMahon thing. They opened the door. They opened the door that they could, so it means that they blow out. No, they didn't open the door. Ronda hit up Dana. This is Ronda's own words. So what Dave's doing, and if you're one of these fucking sickos out there, one of these observer sycophants who listens to this show because you like punishment, just like Dave, you have a weird fetish for punishment. Dave has lied to wrestling fans this whole time and all of the observer readers who don't watch MMA. He's been lying to them this whole fucking time about this. And if the MMA fans picked up on this, they would drag the fuck out of him because he's been lying. Ronda has laid out exactly what happened. She hit up Dana. Dana's like, I'll get you the best pay-per-view deal in history. He fucking did. She had a deal worked out where she would have gotten the most points of anyone ever and would have, she's like, the one fight I could have made more money than I did my whole MMA career combined in just one fight with the type of deal he got me. Then the Paramount thing goes down, and then Dana hits her up and is like, go get money elsewhere. We don't need to pay you this much. We're not going to pay you this much because we're not in the business of that. We can nickel and dime now. We got our money. That's what happened. So Dave's like, they blew up. No, they didn't. No, Dana fucking, if you want to say Dana blew it in 2016 when he accidentally texted Gina Carano or emailed Gina Carano in a group chat, like she was in a group chat and he meant to message another group chat, sign the bitch or whatever the fuck he said. He literally was like, tell that bitch this is how we do business or something. However Dana worded it like a decade ago. Yeah, okay, he blew it then. But the UFC didn't blow. This wasn't like a, yeah, I don't know. Fucking Dave's just cooked.
So, again, they don't have.
Now, again, would this have been dope on the White House card that they have coming up? Yeah, for sure. Does it make sense for them to do it? No, because they're already spending $60 million just to put that card together and to build this fucking arena on the White House lawn. And why would they pay Ronda all this money when they don't have to do it? You know? And again, they're only doing this because of, and they're only spending that amount of money because of Trump's relationship with Paramount and the Ellisons, which Mick Foley works for AEW, and Tone has not only donated to Trump, but has said he's excited to go to Paramount when they go there. And I'm just pointing out how all of these people are dumb fucks.
Doesn't have many.
Everyone in your camp, Dave, bunch of dummies, hypocrites and dummies and liars.
Big fights, and this really would have been if UFC had promoted it with the established group and everything like this. This would have been a giant fight.
This would have been a giant fight. Well, according to you, it was a giant fight on Netflix, right? So was it a giant fight or was it a giant fight? I don't know, man. It seems like you're just melting down and don't like TKO. So as we move along here, you know, Dave gets triggered now by Mark Shapiro. And he goes off and just really makes himself look stupid. So this guy, Josh Nason, says, at today's JP Morgan Global Tech Media and Communications Conference, TKO's Mark Shapiro said the reason UFC passed on Rousey versus Carano was it was more of a stunt than a meaningful MMA event, and one he thought wasn't good for the sport. Now, what does he mean by that? It's a stunt. It's a cash grab. So all of this is factually true. What was this fight? It was a cash grab name fight to blow something up for Netflix. Like Ronda and Gina aren't going to be around the next 10 years helping establish a division and helping get all these other fighters over. We might see Ronda Holly Holm and that's it. Maybe we see Gina one more time, but who really wants to see that? She hasn't fought in 20 fucking years before this last fight. So who really wants to see that? Okay, so it was a stunt for both. It's the chick from fucking Star Wars and X-Men, right? How most people know Gina today, they don't even remember her MMA career. They know her from X-Men or Deadpool, pardon me. So you have fucking Gina Carano and you have Ronda Rousey, and they put on this fight, and it is a bit of a stunt, okay? Now, that is Mark Shapiro's attempt to undermine the event. Of course, that's his competition. So Dave doesn't care when Tony Khan goes, well, this is the first time John Cena hasn't drawn $1 million. He doesn't care about that. He doesn't get triggered, right? But this is just Dave going against TKO, and he just doesn't know what he's talking about here. And I really wish some people in MMA would step up and felt him over this. But they just don't care. They just look at him for his numbers like, okay, he reported that this is the attendance that night and whatever. Anyways, because he did write it down for MMA too all those years ago. Anyways, though, it's not that meaningful of a fight. So Mark Shapiro's right about that. He says it's more of a stunt than a meaningful MMA event. It wasn't that meaningful of an MMA event overall. It was significant in that it was proof that someone can compete with UFC, but we already knew that because Bellator started to compete with UFC. So compete on a one-night spectacle event level. Sure. Sort of a stunt, right? Hey, we can fucking hotshot book this card and get some legends who, Dos Santos would be getting cleaned up in the heavyweight division right now, for instance. Whereas in Ngannou, he'd probably be the world heavyweight champion right now in the UFC. Right now, he's the best in the world at heavyweight. Now, did they fight? Did fucking Ngannou get kind of a... No, I don't want to call Felipe Lins a can. Like, no, but he fought a guy who... Felipe Lins in the UFC at 205 pounds light heavyweight would be, I think, a top guy. Maybe at heavyweight right now because they're kind of cooked. But I'm just saying this, man. Mark Shapiro ain't even lying about anything he's saying here. Like, everything he's saying is correct. It was kind of a stunt. They have no plans to do weekly or monthly pay-per-views. They don't know what the next fight will even be with MVP. This was them sort of trying to establish like a proof of concept. Like, we can do this if we get the name value. Ronda's not going to be there for the foreseeable future. Gina's not going to be there for the foreseeable future. We don't even know if Ngannou's going to go back and have another fight there. We don't know if they're going to have enough fights to build up people that become stars and shit. So how meaningful really was it to the landscape of MMA? Mark Shapiro's not lying, and this can be his opinion. Okay. Is it a little, again, is it undermining? Yeah, a little bit, but that's his competition. So here's Dave's assessment of this. Imagine this disingenuous. Okay, he goes, well, imagine the disingenuous bullshit I've heard over the years. This is near the all-time top. The top. The UFC wanted this fight. They didn't really want this fight, or they would have had this fight, Dave. Do you get it? They didn't really want it, right? Because it was going to cost them too much money, which is what Ronda said like 4 or 5 times in the media. So you're calling her a liar now, Dave Meltzer. Do you understand this, dude? You're calling her a liar now.
Are you sure about that?
So you can go ahead and feel that way, but it's not reality. And he goes, Dana himself said you would never believe the fight that fell into our lap when it was proposed to him in late 2025. Right. So the fight, so you just explained it, Dave. The fight that fell into their lap was the fight they wanted to do, and we wanted this fight. Yeah, they wanted it when it fell into their lap. When she called Dana. They were on board, would have promoted it like crazy. Had a pay-per-view date, but Carano needed more time, and they got out of pay-per-view. Okay? Without pay-per-view, they wanted a guarantee, and somebody else offered more. Right. And furthermore, that's not even what it was. Because here's the thing. Dave's lying as well, because Kat Zingano, who's another MMA fighter that Ronda beat, brought Kat in to train her for this fight. And Ronda lied to everybody and to her family and said she was going to, I think, fight Kat Zingano or something like this to keep the Gina thing under wraps. And this was Ronda's master plan. And she hand-selected Gina. And so Dave is just talking out of his ass, like Ronda and Kat and everyone said this shit publicly, Dave. Okay? So yes, Carano did need more time to train. That's true. And yes, they did go to Paramount, but it's not because they wanted a guarantee. It's also because, according to Ronda, Dana, like a friend, like a good hookup, said, you know what? You don't want to do this fight with us. We don't want to do this fight. We're not in the business of this. We already got our money. You can go get more money elsewhere. Go and do that, because that's what your guys' goal is. So he just wants to be like, fuck TKO. And like, fuck TKO, but like not for fake reasons like Dave makes up, Also, if the idea that a short main event is bad for the sport, Ronda had 9 wins and 1 loss in less than 70 seconds, and her drawing power and pay-per-view buys increased with every pay-per-view. Shapiro is either completely full of shit or has zero knowledge of MMA history, or both. .tt. He spat. Tony Khan. What was he gonna write there, Chad? Tony Khan.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
He was furiously typing T to get to tone real quick, so he could be like, "Can you believe this shit?" But here's the thing, right? So Dave just invented a reason. If the idea is that a short main event is bad for the sport, Ronda had 9 wins. That's not the idea. You're just attributing that to him. That wasn't the idea. That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about Gina Carano hasn't had a fight in 17 years before this one, hadn't had one. And Ronda Rousey also was out of MMA for like 10 years. Okay? And in UFC, Ronda would lose to any of the fucking top girls there right now. And she got beat, and the sport passed her by a little bit. Okay? That's what they're talking about. And Gina was never Like if Gina and Ronda fought, let's say, instead of retiring the year that Gina retired after she lost the Cyborg, let's say she fought Ronda right after, Ronda would have beat her then too, when Ronda was like 4-0 or whatever. She would have beat Gina then too. She's just Gina's not an expert in any one thing really. She was kind of just a generalist, okay? Whereas Ronda's judo was cooking everybody, man. Silver medalist wrestlers, fucking jiu-jitsu black belts, fucking she was cooking strikers, she was crushing everybody and cranking arms off on fucking everybody. So Dave is just getting triggered and yelling about shit he doesn't understand and just being like, oh, it's because of short fight. No, bro. No. UFC loves when a guy goes out and just flash KOs someone and it goes ultra viral for them and shit. They love that. And then they can flag everybody who reposts the video. Trust me, Dana White gets off on that shit. He invested in Power Slap, where the whole thing is just a 30-second, I'm gonna slap you in the fucking face. That's the whole entertainment value of it. So yeah, you're just cooked and fried. And so yeah, here's Dave Meltzer talking about this.
Disingenuous things I've ever heard. You know, he's out there going like it's bad for the sport, a quick win like that. And it's like, that's how she became famous, was quick wins. You negotiated for this fight. And now after it's over, because it's a 17-second fight, we would never do that.
They didn't negotiate for it. Dana went and negotiated for it on behalf of Ronda because that's his girl, and that's what she fucking said in many interviews over and over again.
This fight, because
he brought it to them and said, we're going to do this, and Dana can still do that. He just doesn't. But he can do that. For instance, here's another example of it, Dave. Josh Hokett fought Curtis Blades. Dana was sitting next to Donald Trump. Donald Trump was like, why isn't Derek Lewis on the White House card? And Dana White said, give me a second. He called Derek Lewis, said, do you want to fight at the White House? Derek Lewis said yes. And then he fucking got people to go talk to Hokett as he entered the ambulance and said, do you want to fight Derek Lewis at the White House? And Hokett said, fuck yeah. And he just made a fight like that. Meanwhile, in court, Dana White's like, I am hands off with negotiations and contracts. And all the fighters say it's not Dana who makes the fights. He doesn't make fights with anybody unless you're Conor or Ronda. So it was Dana who went and brought it to the UFC. And as soon as they went, it's Paramount. They don't give a fuck. Mark Shapiro's never given a fuck. Mark Shapiro wasn't in there. We need this fight. We have to do this fight. It wasn't that, Dave. You're making that up and then getting upset and talking shit and lying to your audience about it.
We asked Dana, and Dana thought it would end in 30 seconds or less. So why would we do that? And it's like, that's how she built her name. That's how Conor McGregor built his name, doing a 16-second knockout.
No, that's not how he built his name. That is one factor of how he built his name, is a 16-second knockout. And again, Mark Shapiro doesn't know shit about MMA. He doesn't care about that. You're not talking about Lorenzo Fertitta, Dave. He doesn't know about any of that shit. Okay? He's looking at, Mike Tyson used to knock people out and people started getting mad and stopped buying his fucking pay-per-views and would boycott his pay-per-views because the shit would go 10 seconds. Okay, he's just a number crunching nerd who wants to make billions. He doesn't know shit about Jose Aldo. Shut the fuck up.
Or Jose Aldo. It's like, somehow, is that bad for the sport? It's like, so, man, like, it's like he is so totally full of shit, you know? And I mean, I guess like when the number comes out, you know, he looks even more.
Well, Ronda, who made her career before TKO owned UFC, and Conor McGregor, who knocked out Jose Aldo before TKO owned UFC, like way before. You mean that guy he doesn't know? You mean that guy doesn't know about what was going on before the UFC? Like, it's so fucking stupid.
But you know, I mean, it's just like,
way before Paramount was the fucking, like, pay-per-view was still a thing, Dave.
Like if you just say, like, you know, whatever, you know, we didn't think it was prudent what they were asking for, and
that's what he said. He said it's a stunt show. Why would we pay for this? The fight ended so quickly. Why would we pay all this money for that? It's what he said.
I guess we were wrong. I mean, but it was before the number came out.
I guess we were wrong. What was wrong? What was wrong about it? If MVP never does another show, then was it wrong? If MVP's next show does half the viewership, like Jake Paul was wrong with his boxing events then, because the numbers go down and down and down and down, unless he does a freak show fight when he starts actually seriously trying to box. So if they actually seriously try and do MMA and they don't have a Ronda, is it wrong then? Or was this a cash grab fight for them? And for MVP, was it like a test dipping their toes in the water?
Said that. But, there's ways to say it, but don't say we would never do a fight like that. It's like you freaking had it on your schedule and you were going to do it. And you were the reason that this whole fight happened was because you wanted the fight. And
he's saying Mark Shapiro, like Mark Shapiro wanted the fight. You. Or was it Dana?
Gina and Ronda wanted the fight and were willing to do it in UFC until...
do you see this? Oh, they were willing to do it in UFC. Like just the way Dave's spinning it. Just the way his approach to it is so cooked. Like, bro, this isn't a fight. UFC was like, we need to do this for the world title. Both of these girls would get smoked. Like, no, that's not what it was, man. It was Ronda came to Dana with the idea. Dana went to try and make it happen. They were down with it. Who knows? Maybe Mark Shapiro wasn't down with it. Who knows? And yes, Dana for surely would have said some shit behind the scenes. It would end in 30 seconds. Dana would say that. He said crazier shit about his own fighters.
You decided that you weren't going to guarantee what they were expecting to make.
It wasn't about deciding we weren't going to guarantee, like it's wrestling. You have to guarantee this amount. UFC is always a guarantee, bro. They just didn't want to pay them that much because they got the $7 billion. And Rhonda's explained it and is less triggered than you. She just explains it she's like, from business, it makes sense. It's not in their... doesn't make their shareholders for their shareholders and shit. It's actually in their best interest not to do this fight. So we went elsewhere. Dave is just like, yeah, fuck TKO. That's all he's trying to do.
And figuring that they would have to take what you offer because you're UFC, and somebody came along with Netflix and Netflix jumped on the fight.
They didn't come along with Netflix. Okay, and Netflix didn't jump on the fight. And Jake Paul jumped on the fight, and he has a deal with Netflix, so he was doing an MVP MMA card regardless. All right, they would have headlined it with Ngannou, but this fight just helped bolster the number and create interest. And you got to have one freak show. Jake Paul knows you got to have one freak show. It'll bring the fucking eyeballs. Everybody knows that. It's a circus. So again, Dave is just... he just is babbling. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And he also tweeted something out about how he was scoping the numbers. We covered it last week, so we don't need to talk about it in depth. But Dave admits like he's scoping the Google trends when it comes to UFC and Netflix MMA, looking at the YouTube numbers and shit. But then when it comes to AEW, he never looks at or factors in any of those things. So pretty funny. And yeah, when it comes to AEW, he doesn't look at the Google trends or anything like that. But then when it comes to like TNA, he's looking at the YouTube numbers and the Google trends. When it comes to UFC, like, see here, at this moment, there are 340,000 people watching prelims for Netflix on YouTube. It's a good number. Okay, well, that's what AAA did. They had 1.3 million views come the next day. Let's look up Netflix MVP MMA prelims YouTube, and let's see what they're on the let's see what their numbers are. So the prelims for the Ronda, they had 3 140K watching live, and they're at 2.3 million views streamed 2 weeks ago. So AAA did around 300K watching live. I don't know if it peaked at 300K or just shy of that watching live. And let's look at it now. Let's see after like a couple days. I know it was at 1.3 million like the day after. So like 12 hours later. So AAA, and it's not also counting like MVP MMA is the only channel that aired that, whereas AAA, Noche de los Grandes, aired on like multiple. It was on Fox and it was on fucking WWE Espanol, right? De los Grandes YouTube. So let's look at what that's sitting at right now. Because that is really good for prelims. I'm agreeing with Dave, but it's just funny that he looks at, so it's at 2 million views 4 days ago. So I'm sure it will surpass the 2.3 eventually over time. But yeah, I mean, that's really fucking good for Noche de los Grandes. And Dave isn't like, oh my God, looking at the YouTube numbers, this is insane. Because it just smokes anything AEW's putting out. But again, he will look at it for the MVP event that he wants to go and bat for because Ronda's on it, and Ronda fucking makes Tone feel good in all his funny places when she comes and chums him up for TV time to promote her shit and to go, fuck TKO, right? But he doesn't look at these trends or YouTube numbers when it comes to AEW, ever really. And so speaking of AEW, we're going to get into that right now, I think. Let me just quickly do a scan through. Well, no, we'll start with this because we're talking about Noche de los Grandes and we're talking about WWE, right? So we might, and TKO. So let's switch on over to, oh shit. Grimnar 1701 has been a member for 13 months.
Justin, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
Over a goddamn year. Let's go, guys. Run those fucking likes up. Let's get some subs. Let's get some retweets. Let's get some hearts, all that good shit. Appreciate you guys. So we move along here and, you know, Dave Meltzer, he is pissed about WWE, and we got a bunch of funniness to go through when it comes to WWE. And of course, we're going to start with his star rating. So Saturday night's main event, he graded it, which happened like a week ago. He graded the matches as following. So Jade Cargill, Mitchin, and BFAB versus Flair, Bliss, and Ripley, 3.25 stars. I don't know, buddy. Like, was that a 3.25 stars match? I think he always grades everything too high or too low. Sol Ruka versus Becky Lynch got a 0.25. So we're talking that it's like fucking Jackie Gata versus what's her Candice Michelle or whatever levels of fucking,
or you know, the
bad.
young superstar, you know, babyface, you know, the former heel thing. So
I just don't believe that at all. Penta versus Ethan Page got 4 stars. Okay, I think that's maybe graded a little too high. But again, Ethan Page was a guy that Dave literally went on his message board and said it wouldn't matter if Tone booked him differently. It wouldn't matter if he went to NXT or was on the main roster. He ain't good enough. He ain't popping enough. And his mic work is okay. Dave's seen better. He's just not, I don't think he'd make it too far. Now Ethan Page is blowing up into a star and he's getting 4-star matches. Again, so Dave can go fuck himself. Paige and Brie Bella versus Nia Jackson, Lash Legend, 2 stars. Austin Theory and Logan Paul versus the Street Profits, 4.5 stars. So that was one of the greatest tag team matches of all time.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
I don't know, man. And he says it's based on how the crowds moved. I disagree because No, it isn't, clearly, and it's just based on moves that are done. But Dave is ashamed to admit it because people like myself have obviously called that out for years. Like, oh, you just like the moves. No, I swear I don't. It's like the crowd and like other things, Bryan. So Dave Meltzer had this to say a while back now. The reason Randy Orton didn't win the undisputed title at WrestleMania 42 and has remained off WWE TV since then is reportedly due to a significant back injury. So, I mean, the thing is like, and people are like, Randy Orton shut him down. He doesn't have it. No, guys, Randy Orton has a fucking neck and back injury. That is 100% facts. Everybody knows this. But for Dave to be like, the reason he didn't win the title is because of this back injury that he's been dealing with forever. Like, you guys notice how Randy Orton shows up for a little bit, then disappears for a long time, and then shows up a little bit. Ever since he's come back, he shows up a little bit, and then he fucking disappears for a long time. Then he shows up a little bit, then he disappears a long time. What he's doing? He's dealing with fucking severe, like, serious career-ending shit, and his back's fucked up. But for Dave to say this in May, when it's like, yeah, we all know, buddy, like, aren't you supposed to be fucking kingpin of the dirt sheets? The Don, the godfather of the fucking dirt sheets.
He had a Cuervo with him the whole time, too.
Like, buddy, what are you talking about? That's not the reason. If they're going to strap him up, they're going to do it regardless of this injury because he's been dealing with this injury forever. So speaking of something people are going to have to deal with forever and injuries, Dave Meltzer had this to say, and we covered this, we've talked about this, but just to touch on it quickly, because I had a response that went, I mean, like, I don't want to say viral, but like it blew up for the IWC, Dave Meltzer said on Wrestling Observer Radio that Kendall Gray's upside is better than every woman in AEW, including Mercedes Moné. Just burying everyone. Tone, are you going to fucking deal with him burying
Tony Khan.
Your roster, dude? You cannot stand for this shit, okay? And so he goes on to say, after burying Mercedes Moné and the entire fucking AEW women's roster, he says, Tony Khan should be reaching out to her right now. So, contract
the best
tampering.
guy is Tony Khan.
So he should be locked up and put in prison, according to you and the sycophants, right? Oh, I forgot it's good for me, not for thee. I forgot. And so Dave says on her ability, I think her upside is better than any of them. I mean, she's a better athlete than all of them, every single one, including Mercedes. She's quicker. Yeah, I mean, she's got more potential than any of them. She's quicker. Yeah, I mean, she can do quicker moves. She can just quickly do a bunch of moves quickly and make me come extra fast in my pants while I'm watching it at home. That's what he's talking about. It's like, you're sick, bud. And then he says on what he would do as Tony Khan. Of all the people in NXT and in the WWE system, I mean, I don't know what her contract situation is. And I said this before. If I was Tony Khan, she'd be the one where it's just like, get the word out. Like, you got a place here and you don't have to spend another year there. And you don't have to spend another year there. But Dave, what if she wants to spend another year there?
Yeah.
But Dave, you only like her, and Tone could have signed her off the indies before she went to NXT.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
And the only reason you know she's good or like her is because the way they've booked her in WWE. You don't have to spend one more year there, girl. Okay, White Knight. What are you white knighting for a chick who never asked for it? You know those guys. Like, what are you doing? You're an idiot. So he continues and says, you'll be up here. And here's the thing. He's talking on behalf of Tone. He's like, if I was Tone, I would let it be known you have a place here. So you dictate
The
that,
best guy is
Dave?
Tony Khan.
Like, why do you dictate that? What if Tone doesn't agree with you? And we know he does agree with you, but like you can just speak on behalf of Tone? What? You know what I mean? Dave, how do you
The
know
only
this?
reason I know about this is because of I know about it.
And so Dave goes, you'll be up here, and especially now, look, the AEW women's division right now. Well, you just buried it. There's a lot of injuries. Willow is the top of the ones that are there today because there's no Mercedes right now. There's no Tony Storm for a long time. There's spots there on her matches. He says, I watch her matches. I think they're better than any of the AEW women's matches, like her match with Kalani Jordan. I mean, there have been AEW women's matches better than that, but not lately, Brian. And it's like, okay, so then why would she go there and have shittier matches then, Dave? Would she go there and have shittier matches with a shittier division? Like, how does that make any sense? Why would that be what you suggest she go and do? Dave is a fucking weirdo and an idiot. Okay? So, again, I've been thanked personally. Phil S. Marks has been thanked by wrestlers for who go, nah. Because I've said it. I'm like, I've gone too hard on Dave. And they're like, nah, he fucking fucks with people's like contracts and stuff. Like he floats things out there that like can get people jobs or help or will lead to them getting fired and shit like that, you know, down the line. Like, you know, he starts rumors and innuendo and he can affect people's, like, he's putting it out there. He's signal boosting the fact that Tone will just pay her a shitload of money because he's got a boner for her. That's crazy, man. That's actually cooked, and that's like fucked. That's just fucked on a level of like, why are you speaking on behalf of Tone? Like, how do you know he agrees with you about this? So you're texting him about that. So when Bryan Alvarez is like, well, yeah, it's good that Tone talks to Dave because isn't it a good thing that journalists talk to wrestlers or to like to people like Tony Khan? No, not if it's like about this shit. He's influencing who to hire and stuff. Like, that's fucking weird. So I wrote this. And again, I mean, 50K views, 221 likes, 21. So I write, Dave Meltzer is in love with Kendall Gray and thinks she's the future of the business and the best in the world. He pretends to not be a biased shill, but publicly lobbies for Tony Khan to sign her away from WWE. Instead of praising WWE for helping her become this young superstar that he's now a huge fan of and encouraging her to stay the course because she'll make the most money in the long term and create an incredible legacy for herself there. Again, with mainstream appeal, like I could go on for days with this, like the crossover appeal, the other opportunities, the other endorsements that open up for her because of WWE, the long-term money. So you really care about her, right? So you want her to make the most money and have the best legacy and make the biggest impact in the business. So you're going to do that in WWE, and he knows that. So I wrote she should go to AEW. Dave just wants, this is what it is, guys. Dave just wants to see her wreck her body, break her neck, need surgeries, and fight in pointless 8-woman hardcore matches so he can give her arbitrary 5-star ratings like some sort of sick fetish. And I dropped a video a few days about it. And guys, patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times for bonus episodes of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week. Not found anywhere else. And yeah, shout out Kendall Gray. I'm a big fan. She ruined Ren's Day for me, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, I just don't listen to Dave, publicly roast him or denounce him once, or just pull a Nathan Frazier so he stops glazing you like this. I know it feels good to have him like putting you over, like he loves my shit. Why would I fucking denounce? But I'm telling you right now, like this is so bad. It's just blowing up Tone's spot. Or no, let him keep glazing you. Let him keep blowing up Tone's spot. How he's in Tone's ear telling him who to hire and shit. Okay, we move along. So, Dave Meltzer had this to say about WWE as well. when it comes to Sol Ruca and her booking. And Dave Meltzer, as we saw, gave her match with Becky Lynch a 0.25 stars. So let's listen to him fucking talking shit on Sol.
Much better than this next match.
Well, the next match was not even a match.
By the way, this next match wasn't even a match, Ryan. Here's the thing, too. Sol Ruca has more surface level, and what I mean by that is just like instantly identifiable. You look at her and go, there's mass appeal. There's something about her. She's got a look. She gives off an energy. There's like an it factor. You see her. You could see her. If she wasn't a pro wrestler, you could see her like on a TV show or something. You know, something about her style, how she carries herself, all of these things. You know, she has like that it thing. Kendall Gray doesn't have that. Now, is she gorgeous? Yes. Is she have cool gear and fucking pulls the strap down, and is she a fucking awesome pro wrestler? Yes. Can she cut promos? Like, am I knocking her in any way? No, I'm not. But like, when you see Kendall Gray, you don't immediately go like, there's something about her, you know, like if she fucking, and it will click. Like, I'm not saying she couldn't be the biggest women's wrestling star in the world. Like, the potential's there, dude. The potential's there when you have that kind of skill and talent and look, and you fucking work for WWE. Yes, they can elevate that shit to other levels, you know? But something about Sol, like you look at her and you go mass appeal. With Kendall, it's like, okay, let's see her bring it though. Like, yeah, she's tremendous, but she got to take it to that next level. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm not saying generic in any way, but you know, she's just been fast tracked, and Dave's just all over it, and he's gonna shit all over Sol. And again, I'm not trying to lower one to raise another, but when Dave's like 0.25 stars, it's like, holy fuck, man.
Dude, this bordered on like a legendary bad moment. So it's supposed to be Becky and Sol in a non-title match. Becky attacks her before the bell. Sol fires up. She does a couple of her athletic moves, the moonsault off the post and the handstand gimmick on the apron.
She did a springboard buckshot lariat, which her feet kind of got caught on the ground, kind of like Punk, you know, where it's like not smooth. You know, but it was a cool idea for a move, you know, because it's not the buckshot as Page does it, but springboard into the Adam Page. So that was pretty cool. Moonsault to the floor. But I mean, the thing's 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
So they end up back in the ring. Let's get over this finish here. So they get back in the ring.
Terrible finish.
Okay. They get back in the ring and they end up in the corner. And Sol, this is what is supposed to happen. Sol is supposed to go for the Soul Snatcher, and Becky pulls the ref in front who takes the move.
Yes.
This gets so fucked up, it's not even funny. She didn't do a Soul Snatcher. She just kind of fell stomach first off the ropes.
She tried.
The referee bumped it. She didn't do a flip at all. She just like did a like you're doing the over-under spot.
Well, yeah, because the ref was totally out of position for the spot.
Falls on her stomach. The ref falls down. Becky rolls out of the ring, and the referee rings a bell. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, but she did hit the ref, though. So it would have been worse if she ate the Soul Snatcher. Honestly, I'm going to be for real here. If she hit the Soul Snatcher and then the ref could muster up the energy to ring the bell, that would have been fucking worse. Because that move is a one-hitter quitter. And like when she hit it on Becky, she got the pin to follow it all up. So it was actually kind of better that Sol just bumped into her so she could ring the bell, because I would have been outraged if the ref's just like, ringing the bell after eating the Soul Snatcher, then laying there. Like, no, that's her finish.
They have screwed up.
But it wasn't pretty. It wasn't good.
Every last single solitary thing they've done with Sol since she first got called up for the main roster.
Yeah, so they've done like 4 things with Sol up until this point. Like, really think about how long she was on TV. And they're like, every single last solitary thing. Yeah, it was like they did 3 things with her before this match, bro. So relax.
She's been beaten. She's botched her finish. She's been beaten. She botched her finish again. They did a DQ finish here in 2 minutes. It was astounding how terrible this whole segment was.
It was terrible. And then Becky laid her out with
It was bad. It was
one man handle slam after another with some of the crowd.
It was a belt shot and 3 manhandle slams.
Yeah. So
when Dave and Bry's dynamic is just Dave going, it was, it was, and then Bry has to like fill in the blanks of what Dave is trying to tell the audience that he can't convey.
some of the crowd was booing, but not that loud. And then some of the crowd was chanting one more time each time she did the manhandle slam. So it was kind of like that weird reaction between the people who saw it as heel heat and the people who just thought it was something cool and just wanted to keep doing it, which kind of didn't make Ruka come across well as a babyface in that situation. Wasn't like what they did was should have got heat, but they haven't gotten Ruka over. That's the problem. You know, in the thing, maybe she'll win the title next week and it all will be absolved. But so far, I would say that they've done much wrong. And boy, that Soul Snatcher move, every single time something has gone wrong, either in booking it when it looks good or in it not looking good.
Well, here's the problem. So when Soul was in the Royal Rumble and then she hit it clean and the crowd was popping for, I think she hit it off the apron or whatever at one point. It's been good. So if you want to go back, her main roster, everything's been good. But since her call up, okay, it's almost like she botched it, Dave. And then they fucking went, we're going to keep botching it. It's going to be you can't hit it on Becky. It's botched, or you hit the ref with it or whatever the fuck. And then she finally hits it. Becky eats one of them. 1, 2, 3. Wins the belt. So they tried to make it's like when AJ Styles slipped off the top rope. Now, I agree with these guys. The Becky's, I don't know, man. There's something about Becky. I just haven't been really interested in her shit for a while. Before Mania. It's just whatever. But her and Soul had a solid match at this last, at the last go around here. And in Italy, and it's like when AJ Styles slipped off the top fucking rope, dude. They tried to work it into an angle after, they made that part of the story, and it didn't hit all the way. And that's fair. That's fair. They're giving a fair assessment,
At several.
But when Dave's like, they all have been shitty. I don't know, dude. Soul, when she was hitting that shit in the Rumble, it was all good. Because she came up a couple times, didn't she? I want to say how many Rumbles has Soul been in? 1 or 2? How many Rumbles has Soul been in? Because I feel wasn't she? I think she was in that tournament, or not the tournament, but the one Royal Rumble. Yeah, but she was in the John Cena thing, wasn't she? The John Cena Saturday night main event, fucking legends and main roster versus NXT guys
Times, and this one being
the John Tenental Classic, the precursor to the John Tenental Classic.
I didn't even know it was a Soul Snatcher until, I knew, I put it this way, I saw her going for it, and I saw the referee totally out of position. But then what happened was just kind of weird, and then the announcers are kind of calling it a Soul Snatcher, and then kind of having to, well, she didn't really get all of it, and then it was the DQ. The DQ, when the bell rang, it was 2 minutes in. It's just this sucked. It just sucked.
So then later on, we had an announcement that Becky will have to defend the title against Soul in Italy next week, and of course, she was unhappy about that.
Yeah, so that explains the short match, but it sure didn't make me super excited to see them again. They'll have a chance to redeem themselves next week, and if they do, then kind of erases this one, and I guess that's the job now. And I don't know. I mean, I would think from watching the booking and everything that Soul probably win this one and get the whole thing turned around, but we shall see. I thought she was going to win the non-title here, and I mean, there was no reason whatsoever, if the goal was to set up a championship match, for her not to win a non-title match, just any kind of a win, even a fluke pin where you go, where she's selling a lot but gets a pin, and then they tell her.
So I don't think Dave formally dropped like star ratings for Clash in Italy, did he? I don't think he did. So Dave was coping about Clash in Italy, though. I know he was like mad because he's like, oh, Triple H's empty promises or whatever. We'll move along. We'll move along. So Dave Meltzer had this to say about Clash in Italy, that it was a thumbs down because of Paul Levesque's empty promises. Now again, Triple H was interviewed by, I think, Jackie Redmond or Kathy Kelly, who was like asking him about the event, and Triple H was like, it's gonna change the landscape of professional wrestling and the game. And he says this every show. Now, I put a tweet out too saying, he says this every show, crying emoji. And then people were like, yeah, the wackos were like, yeah, but he fucking gets in. It just works you marks and he does it every day and he don't get mad about it. It's like, I'm not mad. I'm just laughing how he says this every fucking show. He says this every show. And you know what's going to come when he says that. What's going to happen? Dave and everyone's going to fucking melt down. It's funny. Okay? It's worthy of a crying emoji. And Dave wants to be literal Dave. Amelia Bedelia. You guys know Amelia Bedelia? It's like a series of books, and you'd be like, oh, Amelia, let's hit the road. And then she'd grab a stick and hit the fucking road. Right? So Dave Meltzer took Triple H literally. Okay? And it was a last minute thing the day of the show. And Dave is saying he gives Clash in Italy a thumbs down overall, even though the crowd was insane. And according to him, when he talks to Chris Van Vliet, he says, hey, my star ratings are based on how the crowd's moved. That's the only metric he's ever given. So the crowd was moved pretty crazy. I rated it a B+. It was a fun show. It was missing the umph of like the AAA show the previous day. Just that thing to put it over, like WrestleMania 40 had the epic main event that just like, okay, that's one of the greatest fucking nights and moments and matches of all time. And right. Clash in Italy was a perfect show besides just missing that one thing to put it in the A+, A- territory. For me, right? Solid B+ show. So Dave just goes, overall, the whole show, fuck all these matches. It's a thumbs down because of Paul Levesque's empty promises. Like there was more than one promise. So let's listen to this clip. Dave's just fucking going bananas here. And he's coping and he's getting all wacky in his brain. And he's about to accuse Nick Khan of being loopy and, oh, what is this guy talking about? Meanwhile, here's Dave like losing his mind with some of these fucking takes.
I thought, with the possible exception of the Cargill match, I would say every match was less than I expected it to be. I thought overall it was okay, but I have to give it I have to give it a thumbs down, and the reason is because of Paul Levesque.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, he's just blaming Triple H. Oh my God. He just has to blame fucking Trips. That's a thumbnail right there, too. Oh my God. He just has to blame Trips for some reason. It's because of these empty promises. He just, the last minute before the show went on the air, was like, it was like 10 minutes before the show went on the air. He's like, it'll change the landscape. And I think he was talking about the main event too. He's like, if Roman loses, it'll change the landscape of WWE. Right? Like right before the show starts. So it's not like leading up to it. He promised all these things and it was going to change the history of wrestling. Like that's not what happened. But Dave is just taking that and going, Look, he said this thing. Meanwhile, if you go, Tone said that they hope to be profitable. No, they're profitable, right? It's crazy, man. It's crazy how he does this.
He said that there would be something on this show.
No, he didn't say there will be something on the show. See, Dave is a baby who's like, ooh, my baby pops. Ooh, how about my pop? Give me my puppy. Ooh, debut MJF announced that you work with Tony Khan because they blow us away. He's a fucking little baby dude. He just wants his pop. Ooh, debut Adam Cole and then Daniel Bryan right after, which that was an epic moment, but that's what he wants. He wants the lights go out, the lights come on, Sting's there. You know what I'm saying? He just wants some little baby shit. And he's like, he promised that something would happen. No, he didn't. You need better media literacy, Dave. You need more media literacy training.
So bad. Dave is the devil. Oh.
All the dirt sheets say that. Media literacy. All these fucking marks on Twitter who can't even spell correctly. Media literacy. Right? So, Dave, you just read the quote. You didn't even look at the clip because you don't actually watch WWE, and you didn't hear him just say, after tonight's main event, the landscape will change forever. Time to play the game. Right? That's all he said, dude. And he does it every show. But also in context, like he didn't say anything was going to happen. He was just and again, he's in kayfabe putting over his wrestling show. Like, what is he supposed to do? So Dave wants pro wrestling to be a real sport when it suits his narrative and his goal and his agenda. And then he wants it to just be a fake TV show when it suits his narrative and his agenda. It's a fake TV show. He was in character doing a kayfabe. It's going to change the game.
That would change the entire foundation of WWE.
The foundation. He never said that.
That like 3 times.
What in the fuck was this guy talking about? Did something change?
No.
Like this was like a Raw.
Yeah, no. He's done this 3 times.
Holy, this was like a Raw. Fuck you, Bryan. Oh my God. You can never give Bry the benefit of the doubt. He's a slimy fucking slug. He's a weasel.
There has never been
he's a weasel
on all
for
3
sure.
shows that he's did this on. There has never been anything. It's like he is I don't,
That's what I mean. If WWE doesn't put on like a WrestleMania level, it's like, oh, this was like fucking SmackDown. What is this garbage? It's a show called Clash in Italy. That was once like, okay, we'll put some matches, Bash in Berlin or whatever. It's like, okay, Gunther will be on this. And it's like to cap off our live tour type thing. And it's like, here's some fucking fun matches, kind of a transitional pay-per-view. Nothing crazy will happen at this shit. And now it's become this big thing where they're treating like every PLE like it's really huge because they are. But to Dave, it's like, oh, it's just like Raw. Because why? Like Ospreay didn't get to debut and beat the world champ and then take the belt over to AEW and take a piss on it, Dave. Like, what did you really think was going to happen at this show? What did you think was going to happen at this show? Fuck, man.
It's like he thinks that this is what you do for the late buys. And it's like
the late buys. Whoa, this is what you do for the late buys on the YouTube show 20 minutes before the show goes on the fucking air?
Are you sure about that?
Isn't everyone stream? I think I watched Clash in Italy on fucking YouTube in Canada here, dude. I'm pretty sure I watched this shit on Netflix or something. What the fuck are you talking about? Holy.
Dude, you're like, I don't... It's like I would have said the show was okay, but when you go in and tell me that something's going to change the foundation of the company, and you
Tone had Mick Foley get kicked in the balls for late buys, dude.
Do a show like this,
a show like this, like it was all bad. Was Clash in Italy that bad, and I'm just retarded? Like, what am I missing here? Like, was it so bad? I thought it was like a fucking solid wrestling show. It was a PLE. It was your average PLE, nothing more, nothing less. Nothing was terrible on it. Nothing was over the top. Holy shit. It was a fucking B+. No production flaws. Nobody fucking slipped and broke their arm and fucking nobody died in the ring. What else the crowd was fucking nutty. They go to Santino Marella in the crowd, huge pop. What more do you need from a wrestling show? I really don't get it. And they just focused on the matches. So because WWE didn't go over the top with storyline stuff, that made everyone go, man, holy fuck, El Grande. Oh my God, this story, the heat, the magnitude. Oh my God. Because they didn't do that, even though y'all pretend that's, I want wrestling on my wrestling show. So you guys pretend that stuff doesn't matter. Okay, the Dave and the fleas jumping off his scalp and the flies buzzing around him and his bullshit all fucking go, we want wrestling on our wrestling show. So when WWE just does wrestling and it's just good wrestling, there was nothing bad, nothing like in Soul and Becky. They did the damn thing too. They had a solid fucking match. And then Dave was just saying it. Oh, the idea is if they do good, it'll erase that. So did it erase that in your mind? I don't fucking know, but now it's like they didn't have Andre the Giant resurrect from the dead and fucking choke slam both of the Bloodline members off the Hell in a Cell through the announce tables. So it wasn't shit.
I mean,
it's like, what do you want? He just wants some video game mark fucking ECW shit, bro.
And
ECW rules, but it's the old Jim Cornette story. Like we need a surprise for this show. Well, if you have a surprise every show, then it's not a fucking surprise anymore.
Underwhelming show anyway. And it doesn't it's like if you're going to say you're going to do something, you need some big angle. And the freaking MFT standing there at the end with, the
freaking MFTs, the way he said that.
Jacob walking away with the Usos and Roman. Yeah, that ain't it at all.
Okay, but if it ends up being like, let's say this, and I'm just being optimistic here, I'm just throwing this out there, right? We're gonna fantasy mark booking. We're gonna fantasy mark book. Your stupid's rubbing off on me, Dave. We're gonna fantasy mark book something here. Let's say like the MFT versus Bloodline war with Jacob in the middle. And then Jacob's inevitable reign as he becomes the legit next tribal chief, something Solo couldn't do. And let's say it brings in another hot fucking peak, holy fuck, title reign or something like that surrounding the Bloodline like Roman did. Like Roman made it work, man. Are you telling me it couldn't work again or the way it quote unquote ended? Because it never really ended. And they always said, we're going to come back to this. It's inevitable. And then when we saw the MFTs and those guys come in, like, okay, this is going to, eventually we're going to see Solo and Roman and Jacob all cross paths and shit again. And it's going to come down to the Ulafala and all of these things. Like, it's all going to circle around and all of these people got to get involved with each other again. What if it goes into like a hot period? And then retroactively we go, damn, that was the catalyst. I mean, that moment when Jacob looked at fucking the MFTs and Roman, it started this war and we're in a hot period of WWE again. And now Jacob is like a mega star the way Roman was. It could have, like, are you just discounting that all of that could have? I don't know. I don't know what WWE has planned. I don't know what Triple H has planned, but I think Dave is just I think what Triple H was saying is that, like, because I think he was talking about the main event specifically. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I feel like he was saying he was getting over the point of like Jacob fought, because the story is Jacob Fatu, they didn't want him in WWE. Roman had to pull strings. The corporate wanted to fire his ass after what he did. And Roman had to go teach him a lesson. And we've seen on screen, like even Pierce agrees with Roman. Yep, he's dangerous. We got to, and even though Roman's kind of being a little bitch by running to fucking Pierce, it's like Pierce is like, yep, we can't have this here on Raw and shit. So the story's like corporate scrambling and everyone's like, oh, fuck, man. Like Jacob, if he wins the title, like it almost takes the power out of our hands. That's literally what Roman said in his promo. Like, I'm the fucking dude who represents this company. Like, you think they want you to have this title, da-da-da. And Fatu said it as well. Like, I don't know, man. I think that's what Trips is kind of saying, and it was just like a kayfabe thing, and you're just too dumb to even appreciate pro wrestling and, like, angles and storylines and actual storytelling because you don't know shit about actual storytelling.
There's it was just a very underwhelming show. I thought, You know, I mean, I thought the Lesnar match was probably the best match, but you know, it's like I would not have done that finish. I mean, it's not like Oba's not going to be fine. It's not like they killed Oba Femi. They didn't do that, but
Michael Cole tried.
I wouldn't.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Brian. You tried, Brian. You're trying, Brian. Brian.
Brian.
You're the one who tried, Brian. You try. We don't try. It's not cool to try. No. So, TK Mark 36 has been a member for 15 months. TK Mark, always showing love everywhere, dude. Shout you out. One of the funniest. One of the funniest on X, because like Dave's responded to him and shit. And people probably think he's a sicko, but he's definitely part of the PWT universe. So Dave Meltzer here gets into a fight with Bryan Alvarez over Je'Von and Penta. So we have the long version, okay? We have the full complete version of this, and we have the clipped version that Dave Meltzer posted, all right? So we're going to watch this video, and then we're going to skim through and see if there's any little nuggets, any gold here that the GOAT Meltzer said what clipped up for us from the audio version itself, because, again, we've watched clips from Dave and then heard the audio version, and he's saying, like, way wilder, dumb shit that they don't put in the clip, so... Shout out Meltzer said what, but he had this to say. Dynamite Dave has a meltdown because Bryan thought Penta and Je'Von was a great match. Dave tries to downplay it, so Bryan recaps the old demented robot the entire match, and then suddenly the Bay Area flip merchant is critical of moves matches. I just can't believe this. I cannot believe this. And again, Dave is just butthurt because they went out there, put on a banger that people were talking about on Raw, and it's buttery smooth, but these two are ultra professional, and Je'Von has scoffed at Dave Meltzer and shit on AEW, and Penta left AEW, and Dave Meltzer, and he's a huge star, and Dave Meltzer's mad that these guys are blowing up, and Je'Von didn't fucking try and get out of his contract to go to AEW for 10 times the money, Brian. That's all it is. He's a salty little bitch.
Pent and Je'Von for the Intercontinental title, which was a freaking great match.
I was actually underwhelmed until the last 2 minutes. Then it was great. It was like, I thought it was just a normal.
Tough critic today, brother. This match was really good.
God damn it. And it's like, okay, so the whole match was like a normal match. And then the last 2 minutes, it was like, holy fuck. As a fan, like I've been watching wrestling my whole life. Sometimes those are the best match. Like that's the best type of TV match. That's the fucking art of this shit. That's the art of like not doing everything you do at the PLE. So Dave wants them to do everything they do at the PLE, like they do on Dynamite. And it's fucking stupid. And they did do crazy shit the whole time. Dave is just salty because the aforementioned reasons.
I see matches.
I know. You saw lots of great matches.
I've seen matches where, I mean, once Ospreay and Ricochet did backflips and tickled each other's bums in Osaka.
Not just the night before.
This match was good.
I see matches up until the last 2 minutes. I see matches every bit like that every single week. Multiple matches where you do a few flips and things like that, and just as good and actually better than that one. But the last 2 minutes, man, they turned it on, and they were
Dave just, you did some flips. So if I say that, or you say that at home, or anybody, Eric Bischoff or whatever out there goes, yeah, they do flips. How dare you, old fraudcasters? That's not very nice, Brian. So if your boy Phil says that, I'm just a fucking E-drone. But Dave is like, they do their little flips? Okay, so the Young Bucks literally do little flips because they're little people doing flips. And you can't say that about them, or else you're just a hater, fraudcaster, fraudulent, don't learn, all of these things, right?
Great. But I just thought like no heat, and they're just doing a lucha match.
They're doing a lucha match. That's a fucking TV match, buddy.
And it's not
they just did a solid match on TV, and it's for the title because Je'Von's looming, and they want to do a title match. Pent has defended a few times on television, and Je'Von is lurking around. I don't think they needed to do that title match right then, personally, if I have one criticism, but it was a fucking fun match, man.
Spectacular lucha match.
What are you talking about?
Those matches where you just do move after move after move. I'm not just AEW.
And it has nothing to do with their selling or anything. And now Dave is going move after move after move. What a fucking fraud, bro. You are a... Actually, it's base Dave saying this, but he's a fraud because he doesn't believe it. You know what I mean? Like, if Dave actually believed this, then okay, but we know he
Dave
doesn't
so
actually
bad.
believe
Dave
this.
is the devil.
So he's based for saying it, but, like, you're lying.
Move. I'm not just AEW, not just TNA. I mean, you see that, like, in frickin' AAA and CMLL. You see matches like that constantly, and they're very good. I didn't think it was anything special based on what I see today. Flips with
Who said it's special? Flips with no heat. Holy fuck, man. Dave is listening. This is what it is. He's listening to PWT. He's studying film arcs and learning. And this is projection. So remember, I started calling Dave a projector. And I was like, he's just a projector. He projects. And then Dave was like, I'm the great reflector. Do you remember when he called himself that? And then I fucking made fun of it. He's never called himself that again. Here's the thing, man. He's studying and learning PWT. And he is now trying to project an actual criticism because all AEW shows are mostly just the flips with no fucking rhyme or reason for the most part. And the matches he grades 5 stars are, for instance, well, no, I'm not even going to go there because I've said that so many times. But this match was just a fun TV match in both of their styles. They're like X Division guys. So Dave doesn't factor in how over they are, how hot the crowd was. And I can't remember if they were particularly hot, but he doesn't factor in their selling, none of that. He's going to talk about moves with no heat.
Baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
What the fuck?
today. Flips with...
And this is why a bunch of dumb fucks listen to Dave and read Dave, so they're going to now use this as a criticism towards WWE when it's not a criticism that can be made towards WWE. Why? Well, because they have a bunch of different match types where you see like a Brock and an Oba fight. And again, you don't get to see this in AEW. I know they go, it's a smorgasbord in AEW. No, it's not. It's just New Japan Ring of Honor style super indie. Okay? It's all it is. The smorgasbord is when you see like two genetic freaks like Brock and Oba throw down in like a powerhouse match. And then you see a guy like Punk and Roman throw down with their storytelling. Like Punk's not particularly a great athlete. Roman doesn't do anything crazy. And then, oh, you see a lucha style match. And then you can also see a fucking that. And then like the top women's wrestling in the world. That's the variety. WWE offers that variety, you know? So again, they do one match with flips and shit. And Dave is like, oh, it's stupid. And again, maybe he'd be right in another timeline where he doesn't defend this shit all the time. But even if Dave was right here, you don't get to make this criticism. You've given that up because you're a fucking fool and won't accept it when other people, like Jim Cornette, who's actually been in the fucking ring, makes the same criticism about AEW.
Flips with no heat. I mean, it's like, I don't mean to be bad about it or anything like that.
Well, too late, brother.
But the thing is, it's like, this is what I see all the time, multiple times a day.
Well,
and with guys like,
what is that? Like, oh my God, multiple times a day he's watching Wrestling Feds. There's a different show he's watching. Someone sends him a tape of an indie. Multiple times a day, you're seeing matches like this with these, between these guys. And again, Brian's like, this was a great match. Oh, it was okay. What? You'll rate fucking Yuta and Garcia 4 stars. The fuck are you talking about, buddy?
Je'Von's really athletic, but he's not nearly as
This was a great match for a Raw. They just went out there and had the fucking quote-unquote proverbial banger.
Smooth or even as fast as the guys that I see.
Who cares? So he's not as fast. Okay. So Undertaker's not as fast as fucking Braun Breaker. They're still capable of, you know what I mean? Big Show wasn't as fast as fucking Rey Mysterio. They're both have been in matches where you're like, oh fuck. Maybe Big Show's a bad example, but no, I don't know. He's had a lot of moments and shit, you know? And during that SmackDown era where Paul Heyman was booking things, I mean, he had some fun fucking matches. Like I remember the 4-way with like Booker T and Big Show and everyone. I don't know. They did some shit with him, but maybe that's a bad example. But like Brock's quicker than fucking, you know, Kane or whatever, Undertaker or whatever, whoever you want to throw in there. Insert any name. That doesn't mean like they're not good at what they do. Right?
But he's tall and he's really athletic and he's got some great charisma. Penta is very good, but he ain't near the top luchador, as far as doing that style. So it's like, I mean, whatever.
Well, God damn it.
And that's crazy. Like he's not the top luchador. So who's a better luchador? Like, how do you qualify that? So, okay. Top luchador is in like guys who can just do those moves really fast and quick, I guess is what Dave's saying. Okay. I
thought
guess
this match was great.
So like, yeah, he's not the fastest and quickest lucha. Say that though. Like, the top luchador, he's not even the top luchador that does that style. Okay, but he's fucking more famous and draws more than any of these people. So what does that matter? What does that element matter? It's not like it looked fake and phony. Well, lucha, there's an element of, okay, they're doing phony, like Matrix moves to each other and shit, I guess. But it's like, he sold his ass off. It's not like he wasn't over. It's not like he was a botch machine. It's not like he's so slow that it makes everything look phony and fake. So the speed doesn't really matter. Then
afterwards,
that's because you're not watching everything anymore.
I just watched the best AEW pay-per-view.
And he goes, that's because you're not watching everything anymore. Just tries to felt Bryan. You're not watching everything, so I know better than you, Bryan. And Bryan's like, I just watched the best AEW pay-per-view I've ever seen in my mind. In my fucking of all time I've ever pictured in my head. If I dreamt it, it couldn't have been better.
I've ever seen 24 hours ago. I still thought this was great.
Okay, but you're not seeing Mexico where this stuff is. There's matches like this literally 3-4 times.
You're not seeing Mexico. So if you watch Mexico, you're seeing everything. Does Dave watch everything that's ever existed? I bet if he went on a fucking indie, it would be good. And Dave is doing is undermining Bryan. And I saw people being like, oh, Bryan, we got your back. Don't do that. I tried that. Okay. Bryan will just fucking break your heart. He's sitting here like a cuck taking this, banging his fucking head against the microphone. But just the level of condescension, this is like abuse in a way. It really is, because you're just like undermining his opinion. He's like, I don't give a fuck what you're saying, Dave. Like, I've seen other matches. I just watched an amazing AEW pay-per-view. I am watching other wrestling than just WWE. I think this was a great match. It's subjective. But again, this is why when people come to you and go, well, Dave Meltzer's star ratings are just his opinion. Why do you care? No. Look at how he's whipping fucking Bryan right now. No, Dave thinks, and I've shown plenty of evidence of this, and I've chronicled this for a long time now. Dave thinks his opinion's objective. He thinks what they vote in the Observer Awards is better than all the other fucking dirt sheets, and they get it more right than anyone else. That's what he said on record multiple times. When Chris Van Vliet said it's just your opinion, though, he fought back, pushed back. Well, no, I mean, some of it is obviously just what it is. I mean, I think that it actually is. I get a spot on. It's actually right. And look at the way he talks to people who just disagree with him on a subjective thing. He shuts you down, cuts you down, tells you you're fucking wrong. And again, I've said this to people, like, you can't have the argument on wrestling of subjectivity, right? So if you think AEW is better, okay, you're not wrong. You're not wrong in that regard. Opinions can be wrong, but your taste in, like, I like fish, I hate broccoli, I love mac and cheese, like, that's your taste. You're not wrong in what you fucking. I mean, I guess maybe you have some weird disease and you're like one of those my addicted life. I'm addicted to eating toilet paper. You guys see that bitch on that video years ago? She's like addicted to eating toilet paper. My strange addiction or whatever. Maybe. Okay, maybe that's wrong. I guess biologically or scientifically or some shit. But if you want to argue, like, no, the best match I ever saw was fucking Tori Wilson versus Dawn Marie. Okay, that's your opinion. I mean, you can't. It's what you like. If your favorite movie ever is Pulp Fiction and mine's fucking Back to the Future, neither of us are really wrong. Now, you can make objective arguments, though, about certain things, and that's where the numbers come up. That's where, like, hey, we have to quantify what works and what doesn't. So the shit that's drawing the most obviously works better than the shit that's drawing the least, right? Overall. So just in general, as a generality, WWE's more story focused. AEW's more, let's just do flips with no heat, as Dave Meltzer puts it. Right? So what's drawing more? What works? What historically other feds? Okay, so WCW put WWE on its back foot because they went super story driven, whereas before it was more like, oh, you get your matches and it's wrestling, the good old wrestling. And some of these matches before that run of Nitro and all of that, some people say, like, they were having banger matches, just there was no fucking heat or anything like that. So what did they do? They storied it up. And that's what you got to do. What helped get TNA a TV deal? They storied it up, and they had this big storyline with fucking NXT and all this stuff. So, like, the story stuff, I think, draws the most. I think we can just lay it out there on Front Street, right? And when Dave goes, well, no, Jim Londos and Ricky Dozan, people thought it was a shoot. Okay? I was just with my cousin yesterday, and he was talking about how he stopped watching pro wrestling. And he was like, because, he's like, we never thought it was real, but, like, when they came out and just said it, that it's entertainment, he's like, it just killed it for me, And I was like, yeah, it makes sense. Like, you want, it's still real to me, damn it. You want them to at least uphold the fucking, the strong man's, the frying pan's a work, right? It's not, it's tin in the middle, and the guy bends the frying pan, whatever. I'm at the circus, I'm having a good time. I don't need to know that type shit. So I understand that element of it as well, right? But yeah, he's just, look at how Dave just undermines Bry, because I'm getting off in the weeds here, but I hope I'm making sense. And Dave is just undermining Bry here and just shitting on his opinion, and he thinks his opinion is objectively the truth, even though it is subjective things. Like, Bry's just like, I thought it was a great match, though. And Dave's like, well, no, I've seen better. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. We're not talking about have you seen better. Bry's like, I've seen better matches too.
Night.
I'm not comparing them. I just really like this match.
Okay, I did too.
And
I did too, but I'm just telling you that, like, there is so much great wrestling
I didn't say
right
it was
now.
5 stars.
Hey, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck, Dave?
You could say it was 5 stars.
I didn't say that. I just liked it.
Oh,
God damn it.
I liked it too, but I'm just telling you that it's like you're going like this is like this unbelievable match.
No, he didn't go like that. You just did that. And Dave has, like, Twitter brain rot. So what that is like when you tweet something out and then somebody goes, and then somebody just, like, inserts shit that you didn't say. I was talking about it earlier. I wrote Triple H says this every show, cry emoji. And it's like I'm crying. I'm laughing so hard I'm crying. And people are just like, well, he fucking is just trying to work the marks and you take the bait in it, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, whatever. Like, you're just adding all this extra, like, weird shit that you invented in your head into what someone else is saying. And you're just, like, inserting it and then reacting to that. You're not even reacting to the right person. There's some other convo you saw earlier that you're trying to react to. That's what Dave does. Bry didn't go, it's this unbelievable. He went, it was a great match. That's all he said. Then you interrupted him to be like, oh, well, I've seen better in Mexico. Okay.
And this is modern.
Yo, this cheeseburger's really good. Well, it's not even the best one ever, though, Brian. I've had a way better cheeseburger in Milwaukee. One time I went to Japan and got the Wagyu beef, Brian. Like, yeah, it's still a great burger, dude. What the fuck? It doesn't mean a burger ain't great.
Wrestling.
Y'all like to make cheeseburger analogies over there.
There's matches like this, like literally all.
So there's matches that are great literally every day, so that makes this one less great. So when everybody goes and just banger, balls to the wall, 50-50, kick out of each other's shit in AEW matches, and people go, it's too much of the same thing. It lowers the greatness. This is less meaningful because on this one card, this happens over and over. Dave, nope. They're all 5 stars. Zero nuance, room temperature IQ, shark brain, dead behind the eyes monster.
The time now.
Okay.
Soulless troglodyte monster is Dave Meltzer.
Pent and
So
Je'Von-
here, I am very curious because this is amazing. Meltzer said what? This is my favorite clip. So he has, I think, the longer version of this potential.
And then Penta goes to raise his hand. And then we had Pent and Je'Von for the Intercontinental title.
So there's Dave's little meltdown, and we're going to skim through this, but we have Brian, like, he breaks it down, and Dave breaks down why it's all shitty. It's so good.
Which was a freaking
and there was no heat. I thought it was just a normal
night before.
Not just the night before, multiple matches where you do a few flips and things like that, and they were great. But I just thought, like, no heat, and they're just doing a lucha match.
No G cutter, and it got cut off. Je'Von then hits the giant, enormous Undertaker dive over the top. Then he goes for a springboard, and he gets...
Yeah, but it's just, he's trying to just shit on Je'Von. Brian's breaking it down step by step. Dave's like, yeah, but, it was what it was.
Super kicked out of midair, which is literally a spot that Shawn Michaels and Shelton Benjamin did 15 years ago that is legendary.
Legendary, but meanwhile, if the Bucks do go BTE and then fucking knee each other's knees and miss the guy's head entirely, Dave's like, Brian is the greatest thing I've ever said.
That was a really cool spot. But guys do that.
Then he got sidestepped, and this poor...
He goes, that was a cool spot, but guys do that a super kick out of midair the way Shawn Michaels and HBK, I'm redacting. And that's why I kicked your leg out of your leg. And that's why I HBK'd out of your HBK. HBK and Shelton Benjamin, right? Like, and I'm not saying it was to that level, but they did sort of replicate that spot. That's a good eye by Try and Bry there. Good eye Bry, as we call him. But Dave's just cooked
poor
here,
people
man.
don't like AEW.
Yeah, I mean, every day we see Shawn Michaels, Shelton Benjamin level fucking wrestlers.
Fucking guy hit his spine on the corner of the announce table. I thought he was dead.
That sucked.
They go to break and come back, and we got the giant springboard cutter and then a destroyer, which was countered. And this is awesome chance and an OG cutter on the apron, which almost killed the guy again. And then they had it was the OG cutter attempt. Penta super kicked him into midair. Then there was a driver, but Je'Von hit a kick and then an OG cutter, and then Penn hit a backstabber and then hit a destroyer and pinned him. It's like, God damn, what a match. And then Penta goes to raise his hand. And
those matches where you just do move after move after move, those matches are like, that's modern wrestling now. There's nothing. I mean, it's like, you see, I'm not just AEW. Not
It isn't, bro. It isn't modern wrestling now, because you guys cry about like when fucking the most over shit in the world is like a guy spills beads and shit, and they don't just go move to move to move, and you guys cry about that, Dave. So you don't really believe that.
Goes to raise his hand.
Those matches where you just do move A. I mean, you see that like in frickin' AAA and CM bad about it or anything like that.
Well, too late, brother.
But the thing is, it's like this is what I see all the time, multiple times a day.
Well,
and with guys like Je'Von's really athletic, but he's not nearly as smooth or even as fast as the guys that I see.
So he's talking about random luchadors that nobody's heard of. They're faster because they're like a foot shorter than him, and they're smooth. Here's the thing, Dave. There has to be an element, and this is why Dave's behind the times, doing the buttery smooth spot. Move. Like Dave wants to see move, but the Young Bucks do it because they weigh 80 pounds and they fucking can just fly around and it's buttery smooth and it does not look like a struggle. They just do move like it's fake, like it's a fake Matrix fight. Meanwhile, Je'Von and Penta make it look like a scrap while they're doing lucha shit and there's an element of a struggle. And that's what people want to see in pro wrestling. But Dave doesn't realize that because he's fucking dumb and he doesn't like even pro wrestling. He just wants to watch the circus, dude.
But he's tall and he's really athletic.
Dave wants to watch So You Think You Can Dance. He just doesn't. If they put lucha masks on, that would be Dave's favorite wrestling show.
And he's got some great charisma. Penta is very good, but he ain't near the top luchador, as far as doing that style. Because you're not watching everything anymore.
I just watched the best AEW pay-per-view I've ever seen 24 hours ago.
Wasn't that good, too? Shut the fuck up. Everybody's saying Double or Nothing was the best AEW pay. It was not. It was fucking not, man. We need to stop that. Like, it wasn't that fucking great. Again, I rated it the same as Clash. It was a B+. Both were B+. There was nothing where it's like, oh my fucking God. But it was like, okay, it's a pretty solid wrestling show. I feel like a lot of AEW pay-per-views have been pretty shit the last year or so, at least. The majority of them are just super mid. And yeah, the old banger crazy match. But again, it's what Dave's trying to say here, but it doesn't actually apply to WWE. It's like when everything's just crazy, nothing's really crazy.
Still thought this was great.
Okay, but you're not seeing Mexico where this stuff is. There's matches like this literally 3-4 times a night.
I'm not comparing them. I just really like this match.
Okay, I did too.
And
I did too, but I'm just telling you that there is so much great wrestling.
I didn't say
right
it was
now.
5 stars.
You could say it was 5 stars.
I didn't say that. I just liked it. God damn it.
I liked it too, but
God damn it. Now Brian knows how I feel.
Just telling you that it's like you're going like this is like this unbelievable match, and this is modern wrestling. There's matches like this, like literally all the time now.
Okay.
Like literally, guys. Like literally, if you literally didn't know, like literally.
So anyway, afterwards, Penta tries to raise his hand, but Je'Von pulls a Dave Meltzer. He's like, fuck it. And he doesn't like it. And he storms out all angry.
Yes, Brian. Yes, let's fucking go. Brian. He pulls a Dave Meltzer. Oh my God. Let's hear that one more time. I need that for the soundboard.
So anyway, afterwards, Penta tries to raise his hand, but Je'Von pulls a Dave Meltzer. He's like, fuck it. And he doesn't like it. And he storms out all angry.
Yeah.
So now they're going to do it again at some point.
Let's go. Brian. Oh my God. Amazing. That is amazing stuff. I need that for the soundboard. 613-805 has been a member for 17 months. What a long ass time. And round of applause for all the members. Wolverine DX has been a member for 20 months. Ken Dudley's been a member for 14 months. This is such a long time. So I'm like, fuck, I've really been doing this show for a long time. All of them, not just DMDMW, but PWT live show every Saturday and Wednesday night. And then 613-805 for 2 sweet says, can I get a you fucking Mark for Dave? Absolutely, dude.
Fucking Mark!
And you get a stupid idiot. Thank you so much for the memberships, the super chats, the support. I appreciate it so much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit retweet, hit heart, or wherever you're watching this. Kick, do whatever you do on Kick. And check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes for bonus episodes of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week. That's what you can do to support as well. Okay? So, boy, oh boy, we have more to get through here. There's a lot today, folks. So, Dave Meltzer continues with his cope of WWE. And Dave sits here, and after he talks about, Je'Von's got size, and, this match was great, or at least Bryan was saying that this match was great, and Dave's like, I thought it was too, but it fucking sucked, and all of this shit, right? And all of these stars that are coming out of NXT, and like Obafemi, Je'Von Evans, and then you have people like Kendall Gray, for instance, where Dave is like, oh, you need to sign her up. And he was saying that about Je'Von as well before he got called up. And you look at guys like Braun Breaker, you look at guys who just came from the PC in general, who have blown up, who started in NXT, who've really blown up. And I don't care if they were in New Japan first. Like, you have to look at a guy like Finn Balor, who was in NXT, and look at the star he became. It doesn't matter that he was in New Japan first, Dave, okay? So you look at these recent talents that are blowing up, are gonna blow up, that Dave's begging Tone to sign away from WWE because they're about to blow up or blowing up in his mind. And he has the audacity to go, has WWE forgotten how to make new stars, Bryan? So let's listen to this fucking cope.
When you're hot is the best time to prepare for the future, because when you're cold
and they're cooling off.
So when WWE was super hot, they rolled out the NIL and the ID programs and brought Evolve into the mix. And then they did a CW deal with NXT. So that was preparing for the future. Obafemi has been on the main roster for like 2 months, right? What has it been, 2-3 months? He's the future. So this is already some of the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard in my life. Just
retard alert! Retard alert, class!
They are cooling off. They're
not cold, but they're cooling off.
Yeah. But the crowd was pretty hot tonight. But I mean, it's like,
yeah, but they're in Italy, dude. Of course the crowd's hot tonight.
Yeah. But I mean, like, well, we'll see. It's like so far, they've gone from like the 12, 13,000 to the 9 to 10,000, so they're down. But it's still all right. But yeah,
didn't Raw just do 12,000? It's still all right. Imagine if AEW is doing 9,000 for Dynamite. Dave would be like, oh my God, it's the great. Dave would be like, it's the greatest thing.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Poor people don't like AEW. It's probably the time. This is absolutely the time to make new stars. And their idea of making new stars is not beating the top guys, but getting the rub from the top guys.
So Gunther hasn't beaten any of the top guys or any of the legends. So Obafemi hasn't beaten any top guys.
In fact, is not the way to do it.
No.
Yeah.
Not beating the top guys.
So Sol Ruka didn't just beat a top guy or gal?
It's not how you turn things around.
And going 50-50. Well, that's unfortunate.
Everyone goes 50-50 in AEW too, Dave. See John Moxley.
That is their mentality, is that these are the top guys and you are privileged no matter who you are, Sol Ruka, whatever.
That is their mentality. That's everyone's mentality. So that's not Ric Flair's mentality. He thinks people should roll out red carpets when he goes to take a piss to this day. That's always been the mentality. You work with the top guys. It's a privilege to be able to do that, make the best of it. It's always been that way.
Bring her up, and it's like, we'll put a title on her, but she's got to pay her dues, I love that. Like, she's been up for like a month, and she wins after losing every match practically, right? Before, except
it was, yes.
And then everyone goes, you deserve it, you deserve it. It's like, I thought like you deserve it is for someone who's like chased a title for like 15 months or 10 years.
And I feel like your criticisms for the first month of someone who got fast tracked to the IC title, who's been on the main roster for like a month, as you say, and you criticizing her as if it's the end of her career and it's going to be, she's had the worst run and they're fucking up everything and acting like there's no salvaging, because he's talking about Soul, I believe. I feel like that's fucked up too, Dave. But it doesn't matter when you know what I mean? Like it's just cherry picking constantly.
Something and gets handed it finally because
God, after the way they killed her fucking finish and her gimmick for a full month, she did deserve this. God.
in storyline she didn't deserve a title shot, let alone winning the title.
Okay, so again, I don't want to do a whataboutism, but you know that's what Dave does constantly. He's done it already, as we've seen today. Okay, so what about when like Queen Aminata, and I love Queen Aminata, she needs to go to NXT. When Queen Aminata just like wins a random 4-way on ROH, and then she fucking gets put in a number 1 contender match, let's say, or she just gets a shot at the TBS. Like every time someone new wins the women's TBS title, Queen Aminata just gets a shot at the belt and then loses. And it's like, why would she get a shot? You know, it's like when MJF goes to HOG Wrestling and then all of a sudden someone gets a shot at his belt at a fucking random indie show. And you never hear Dave criticize that either. So that's a nitpick right there. Like he's nitpicking and I'm nitpicking him, but it's like, fuck off. You just said it, main roster 1 month. I would say that's the criticism. Well, she's only been there 1 month. Not that like, oh, she, Becky, because what was it? Like a DQ and then Soul fucking got a win. But like, because didn't Soul get a win on TV? And I know she's botched her move. I'm not a big fan of the whole Soul thing either, or just anything Becky's been doing either. So fair game to criticize it. Absolutely. It hasn't been the best shit. But it's like they're being so harsh on Soul. And they're looking at her and going, do they not know how to make a star anymore because everything's 50-50 booked? And it's like, Obafemi. And that has been 50-50 booked. But we know why. It's so that he can win a guy. Here's the thing. Obafemi's wins in WWE vastly surpass his fucking losses just overall. So him going 50-50 with Brock and ultimately winning the rubber match at SummerSlam and actually retiring him, and then Brock shakes his hand, raises his hand, what he did for Cody Rhodes, but then Brock returned. This will be his actual I'm gone, but he will raise Oba's hand, bow to him, pass the torch, gloves off again. He took his gloves off at the last show too. He's going to go gloves off, shoes off in Minneapolis. And he's not looking at that, he's not looking at, let's say Je'Von, who I don't even know, has he had more wins than losses? Je'Von hasn't been 50-50 booked against any one particular person though. So even if his wins and losses are kind of even, it's like he's been facing all types of people in all types of different matches, and they're about to start cooking with him. Again, unless you're trying to market someone as like Goldberg or Oba, you don't beat them all the time. And Oba barely has ever been beat. And Brock got one over him. Okay, Brock has one on everybody. He has one on Goldberg. He has one on Undertaker. He took the one from Undertaker at Mania. He's squashed Cena. That's the guy you do that with for sure. It only legitimizes Oba more. But when you're looking at like Sol Ruca as the standard bearer, it's like, well, that's the lowest, like that's the shittiest person they've been building up. Or like, no, that's not what I mean to say. They've done the shittiest job with that person in particular, but it's not like overall what they're doing with everybody. The shittiest person, that was mean of me. I didn't mean that. Soul rules, and she is, as I said before, she has that it factor. She is somebody who I felt even could have got called up sooner than she did, right after the Rumble and whatnot.
She hasn't paid her dues. No, I mean, look, I'd have put the title on her too, but I would have
put the title on her the first night. She should have beaten Liv.
Why would I?
They're saying she should have beat Liv for the world title, Soul. I don't know if that's how you build her up either, man. Because then there's nowhere to go but down. It's like the Giant in WCW. He wins the world title his first match. There's nowhere to go but down from there. And he had to, again, they don't pay her dues. Big Show literally had to go down to fucking OVW and then rebuild himself back up. Because he was fucking around too much.
That's how this should have started.
I would have, and Liv has nothing.
Liv has nothing. When? Holy. I don't even know. He's just spurging out. But Dave Meltzer has had this to say about WWE pay-per-views. Well, here, he says that him and Bryan talk about how WWE's in a lull. Let's talk about this because this is kind of the direction we're going right now. And then we'll talk about the whole delusional aspect of they were taught their lesson, Bryan, because Dave is just fucking coping hard about WWE going head-to-head with AEW.
It's just like a long promo. I mean, it's just... I think we're supposed to care, but like I can't.
Oh yeah, so they're talking about LA Knight and Jimmy Uso, and I agree. Like I wasn't really into this. I'm not into Jimmy and LA Knight having a fucking feud. I got to be honest.
What's going on with LA and the Usos? And
well, I mean, the idea is LA's going to probably win King of the Ring, and he was talking about a match with Roman Reigns.
He wants a fair fight. He doesn't want the Usos involved. He likes Jimmy, but Jay's a hothead, and they shouldn't be working with Roman. It shouldn't be. It's just, I don't know. Family, the fans didn't care either. Just kind of sat there and watched it, and it's just kind of a weird segment. They
reacted to LA Knight though.
They did their LA Knight thing, but it's not like
here's my thing. With LA Knight, he needs to keep his promos shorter and sweeter. Like he starts them correctly, he ends them correctly, but the middle part is always he's trying to say too much all the time. And then Jimmy is just like not as good Jay on the mic. And I know they're twins, so that's like making that comparison. I'm sure they would hate that. But Jimmy is, maybe you could argue they're like even on the mic, but I just think Jay has that with the yeet thing built in now. It's just when he talks, he can get away with the pause, and instead of whatting him, he can do the pro wrestler cadence. You know, it's like, I'm going to do this. What? Then I'm going to do that. What? And let me tell you something. What? You know something, brother? What? Like that cadence of fucking one line pause. Jay can get away with that because of the yeet, but he just seems like, to me, he's more smooth on the mic, even though he has a little bit of a stutter, you know? Jimmy, I just think Jimmy's more like intense on the mic. Okay. Jimmy's more like, he's just more intense. He's more of an intense Samoan, right? But it's very similar to Jay's style. And so people want to yeet, but they don't want to disrespect Jimmy at the same time, even though I think he was the first one to actually do the yeet and shit in WWE. And out of both the Usos. But yeah, I wasn't really into this either. I just got to be honest, you know?
Heard about the promo or anything. Then we had Seth Rollins and Montez Ford. This had no heat whatsoever. I don't know, man. It's just like...
And we're all over the place with their reviews of stuff. It's been, like I said, it's been a couple weeks since we got to some of this stuff.
Street Profits were gone forever, and then they come back, and for reasons never fully explained, it's like the only people that Seth wants to work with to take out this other group, it's like no one else. He just only wants to recruit them, and they don't want it. It's like there's no...
I'll defend Seth on this a little bit because he's a piece of shit. Like, he's a bad guy, and he has to do something to redeem himself before we're just like, yep, he's the good guy, so he'll just team up with these other good guys and do good guy superhero stuff. Like, yeah, he's fighting against bad guys, but Seth is still a piece of shit. So there needs to be like things that happen. So Seth returns from injury after Braun Breaker and these other guys took the Vision and told him that fucking they don't want anything to do with him. Therefore, Seth wants revenge on the Vision. Because the Street Profits ran out to save him, you would assume they would fucking align because they had problems with the Vision. You would assume that they would align, but Seth is still a fucking bad guy, and they fought, and he needs to have some sort of action where they have a coming together and they fucking shake hands, whatever. Okay? So they're telling this story of like Seth is still who he was before he got injured and shit. He just has a vendetta, and it's not like he's evil and all of this stuff, but he's not going to 100% be like, I'm just a good, jolly old good guy. It's the same thing with Roman and Jacob. There needs to be things that happen to the characters to make them fully switch or fully go the other way and swerve everybody. People think that like a heel turn in wrestling is just, oh, someone turns heel out of nowhere. And sometimes that can be true, but when you build to it the right way, like Cena did that, and people went, well, that was shitty. Like there's literally people who sit there and go, the Cena heel run was terrible and there was no reason. And yes, The Rock fucked some of that up, but when you build to it, it'll just mean more in hindsight and everything. They're telling a story here. So I'm actually going to defend Seth, even though I mostly shit on Seth and I've shit on the Vision and fucking all of these things, right? I will defend him there from these guys. Like, you can't just have them be buddy-buddy. Why would Seth do that? He still wants to like usurp the power and be the world champ. And when he was a bad guy before, they sang to him, and he's a good guy, they're going to sing to him. They're always going to sing his theme. So that's not like, well, he's a baby face. He sits there and they sing to him. Like, there's no real, again, he's not kissing babies. He hasn't done anything to be like, I'm a good guy. Neither is Roman this whole time. Since Roman lost the belt to Rhodes and he fought against the other bloodline guys and shit, and became a babyface through all of these the last few years, he's never been like, I'm a good guy. He's just kept being Roman. He's the same dude. The one thing that's changed is we don't take over power of the company. Like, we don't do things the way we once did. But then Jacob really fucks up Roman, and what happens? What did the bloodline do? They go old school and they just give him a bloodline beatdown. So he reverts back to his old ways. Like, he's never become a good guy, really. Roman's still a piece of shit too, type thing. So, or like, that's the thing with him. He never really was fully a piece of shit. Like, his cousins would run in and help him. But Roman himself was like, you know, he gave more he's the best in the world, you know? He's fucking LeBron James type aura, I guess. I'm not a big LeBron James fan, but you get what I'm saying. He was the heel. So, anyway, Seth has never done anything to make him a good guy yet. That's still coming.
No one else you can recruit. There's no other baby.
He's a good guy by proxy of bad guys are beating him up, and he got injured, so you knew the crowd was going to pop, and then he's going to have to feud with some of these guys because you need a baby face anyways. Try and get Braun. The goal was Braun and all of that shit. Braun versus Seth down the line anyways, so you just don't tell the stories with Seth that you were going to tell in between and just get right to the shits. That's all it is, man.
What about LA Knight? He's begging for help. Yeah. I don't know.
Maybe that's the problem.
It's like I am not feeling some of these stories. It's just they're doing stuff and we're supposed to care, and I don't understand why I should care as a fan.
Yeah. It feels like they're in a lull, I will say. Like, as far as like,
I don't know. SmackDown kind of is. Raw, pardon me. I don't know. I've been enjoying Raws. It's like a perfectly fine show for me every time I fucking watch it. NXT is definitely in a rebuild phase and is in a lull television wise, creatively. Overall, since like WrestleMania 40, is WWE in a dip creatively? Yeah, I would say shit ain't popping like it was going into 40 and whatnot, and even coming out of it. What about AAA? No, AAA is on a high right now, big time. And then, yeah, that's all their shows pretty much. And then TNA is definitely in a bit of a lull. AEW has been in a lull for a while. I feel like they were kind of getting it back when MJF was champ. They dropped to Darby. They have that pay-per-view. MJF draws the house, and now it's just a lull. The last two Dynamites, I feel like, have been, again, just the shits. So, I don't know, man.
Find anything...
I think wrestling in general, like, no one's really cooking with that one storyline where we're all like, that's that shit right there, you know?
You know, on the show to be...
Other than El Grande, but the mask versus mask, but the blow-off just happened, so that's done, you know?
Super, exciting or anything. It's there. It's like they're filling time. The matches are relatively good. The booking is relatively stable. They don't do any stupid things or anything like that. But it's, their business is great, but they're...
Yeah, so what more can you ask for?
They're missing a spark, and they're trying to find one. That's the deal right now.
Yeah, they just need someone to come in with that hot ass storyline. But when Dave's saying this, it's like, buddy, same with every wrestling company, it feels like right now. No one's got that one thing. Like NXT and TNA, they had it with the Invasion, but Showdown just wasn't really the blow off we expected. And then it fucking hasn't really carried on since then. And the stuff that did carry on TNA, people weren't about that. So again, man, he's not entirely wrong on this, but also if the business is great and they're not doing anything overly stupid and it's pretty solid and there's playoffs on right now, and even though things are streaming and whatnot and everybody knows that, it still does affect numbers, everyone's numbers, right? We can just in general accept that. I think everybody can agree, no matter if you're a fucking e-drone or a sicko, everyone can agree, like playoffs, okay, let's say it hurts everything a little bit, which it probably does for every sport, right? And you have NHL going on, you have NBA going on, etc. Maybe WWE's just like cooling it, being cool. They know they can sell SummerSlam based off of it's fucking SummerSlam. And, you know, we'll have King of the Ring, we'll crown King of the Ring fucking winners, and then we'll try and tell some decent stories around it. And then after that, like maybe they're just waiting until WrestleMania season 2 and then they'll really ramp up something. They have something in their bag. Maybe they fucking don't. But as of now, I think it's okay. I think SmackDown is the most alarming thing. Like I don't know if any Raw has even, I don't know. I've watched Raws and been like, this is fucking, it was a good show. Yeah, you know, like none of them have made me question why the fuck did I just spend my time watching that? Whereas some SmackDowns as of late, I'm like, fuck, I feel like we're watching this. We're in a loop. Other than like the Danhausen, Miz, Kit Wilson stuff I look forward to. Not even going to lie. But some of the stuff, it just feels like you're looping on SmackDown, you know? Raw, I'm interested to see where they go with Seth and the Prophets and all of that, because if one of the Prophets join the Vision and beat the shit out of Seth or something like that, would be crazy. And if it's Dawkins and then Seth goes and like imagine Dawkins is beating down Ford and then fucking Seth, you know, he hits the ring and helps him and saves them and shit, that would be a fucking really cool moment. And that would get tons of eyeballs, I feel like. I don't know. And it would really put a spark that you're looking for, at least on Raw. I don't know. So Dave Meltzer had this to say. NXT Great American Bash on CW will be head-to-head with AEW Forbidden Door. Dynamic is different from last year when this stuff backfired on WWE because of free network TV component, Brian. And I tweeted out, I'm like, name one way it backfired other than Dave just saying that it did. Because it didn't backfire. None. Lex, how did it backfire?
I don't know.
None of these head-to-heads backfired on WWE in any way. And I put out a tweet saying that like more people know about and remember Goldberg complaining about his speech getting cut off than remember or talk about or care about fucking Hangman versus Moxley and Hangman finally beating Moxley. Nobody sits there and talks about, oh, fuck, man, Hangman beat Mox and it was the new era of AEW and everything fucking changed. No one gave a fuck. More people know about Goldberg getting cut off, which was purposeful, by the way. You get fucking sickos who are like, that's what lost them their Peacock deal, man, and NBC was fucking, bro, that was the beginning of the end, and they're no longer on Peacock. They did it purposefully, and then it went super viral on YouTube and shit. And why did they do that? To own the Google trends and the searches and the headlines, all of these reports, right? Fucking Goldberg cut off in his retirement speech while AEW's going on. And then they put on a banger Raw, and then everybody forgets about AEW and they own the fucking news cycle. That's all it is. That's all it fucking was, guys. It's very simple when you understand these things. But nothing backfired. Okay? WWE probably took some pay-per-view buys away. And if they didn't, then oh well. Like the Saturday night main event, the virality of the Goldberg. I'm trying to think what else went head to head. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's just such a cope. It's unbelievable. But Dave is saying the dynamic is now different this year because of the network TV component. But this whole narrative of, oh, they were taught a lesson, and they remember Dave said they won't do that again. And now they're doing it again. Oops, they did it again. They played with Dave's heart. He got lost in the game. And so here's Dave talking about it. Why didn't WWE learn from previous failed attempts to counter-program AEW? Why didn't they learn, Bryan?
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
And it's like, Dave, what do they need to learn? Why do they keep doing it? Because maybe they never gave a fuck about AEW in the first place and they were just going to run shows when they were going to run shows. Now, you could argue against that. And even I might argue, I might play devil's advocate and go, no, they definitely are just fucking with AEW. And I believe that to be true. But clearly they keep doing it for a fucking reason. And then clearly they stopped for a while. And then they went back to it and they're going to go back to it. Or maybe they don't go back to it. Maybe it's actually what I first said. And they just don't give a fuck about AEW. And they're just doing shows when they want to do shows and let the ball fucking, why didn't they do WrestlePalooza on this night if they wanted to, you know? I think they want to bully AEW a little bit off Saturdays maybe too. And AEW has done shit on Sundays. All I'm saying is this, man. Dave saying, why didn't WWE learn from previous failed attempts to counter-program AEW? In what way did they fail at all? Name a metric. Let's see if he does in this video.
On June 27th, the Saudi show. So that's on Saturday.
Yes.
On Sunday,
pardon me. So it is on Sunday. So that is, see, okay, maybe they are fucking with them. But here's the thing. TNA Slammiversary is on the same night too, which was announced way in advance. So if Dave tries and spins it as like, oh, and TNA as well, then he's full of malarkey, because before they started promoting it on TV, they already like had it. I don't know if it wasn't formally announced, but it was like they had Slammiversary booked, I think, for June 28th. So actually Forbidden Door was announced after that. And so if Dave tries to spin it any other way, then that's bullshit. But NXT definitely was last to the party, last to the dance. And yeah, I might marathon stream this whole fucking thing. It could be fun.
3 shows taking place on the same day. We have Forbidden Door from AEW. We've got Slammiversary from TNA, and WWE has added NXT Great American Bash on the CW, head-to-head with the AEW show.
Why are they doing this?
Hoping that people are going to know.
We know. Okay, we know why they're doing it. And we also know that in a couple of days they'll claim, "Oh no, it was just a coincidence," and it's never a coincidence. But I mean, this is like,
and who cares? Who cares if they say, "Oh no, it's a coincidence"?
Okay, they were doing this last year, and it's like,
and the reason I say who cares, guys, is because when Tone, okay, who cares? Tone says they're not profitable, but you do. That's how Dave, he wants to be all dismissive about the shit Tone says. Well, then who cares if they say it's not because of AEW? It's like, fuck you.
Don't you learn?
I mean, don't you learn? Let's see how Dave explains what they should have learned. Did they take a hit in the numbers? Did WWE not get buys? Did WWE not draw a house? Are they not making money? Are they still not drawing? What did WWE ever need to learn by going head-to-head with AEW? What did AEW do? WWE's on streaming. AEW is on pay-per-view for the most part. So WWE ditched the standard pay-per-view model a long time ago. So what do they need to learn? Dave doesn't understand that all it's going to do is steal and wrap up the news cycle, and get them trending that day. even if it's side by side, even if Forbidden Door's trending higher than NXT, NXT will still be trending that day, and there will be some interest over there. It's not like they're also saying buy our pay-per-view, though. And again, Dave's like, you think they'd learn their lesson? I mean, it's not like people won't buy the pay-per-view. Okay, then why do you give a fuck? The people who are going to buy the pay-per-view are going to buy the pay-per-view. Forbidden Door. The people who are going to stream NXT are just going to watch fucking NXT. It's on YouTube and shit internationally. It'll be on the CW. It's on the fucking CW, I'm pretty sure. So again, it's like, we'll pay for this pay-per-view or watch free wrestling on TV. If you're a sicko, you'll pay for the pay-per-view. Like, why does Dave care, and why is it a lesson to be fucking learned? It's just an algorithmical trending news cycle play that Dave doesn't understand.
It's like, okay, they were doing this last year, and it's like, don't you learn? I mean, last year they were trying to hurt AEW's numbers. They put show after show up against AEW pay-per-views. It never worked.
How do you know? How do you know? Because you lied and said that the pay-per-views did better sales? Each and every fucking pay-per-view is doing better and better sales, and you're the one who invents those numbers, so nobody can fact-check you on those because you can't even fact-check yourself on those numbers, because there's no way you get told from Amazon, Max, fucking every, where to Triller. You don't get the numbers from every place, let alone one of those fucking places. To even be able to, like, maybe you get the Triller numbers. You're not getting, Tone claims he doesn't even know the HBO Max numbers and the sales. And you say nobody knows. So it's not, we know you're not getting the Max numbers. So you just invented 30% of 90,000 for Amazon. So that's invisible. So you mean to tell me Triller and like wherever else they sell pay-per-views are fucking coming to Dave with the numbers? I just don't believe it.
You really want to put an NXT show?
Piccolo crunched the numbers and he's like, I think Dave inflates them 31%. And it's like, yeah, buddy, that's what I've been saying. 30% I'm spot on. I didn't even have to crunch numbers to do that. You just go based off what Dave fucking says for the last few years.
NXT PLE show on head to head the same day with an AEW pay-per-view, because all it does is invite comparisons. And I mean, like,
and that's a good thing. It invites comparisons. Yep.
The level of the shows that AEW is doing now, you don't want to be compared to that. I mean, you don't want your main roster compared to that, but you sure as hell don't want NXT compared to that. The company that's going to get hurt the least is AEW, which is the one that they want to hurt the most, which is the reason they scheduled the show on this day. The one that's going to get hurt the second, the most is TNA, their partner, and the one that's going to get hurt the second most is NXT.
So why isn't Dave saying AEW should learn their lesson from going up against TNA? Because TNA show was announced first. Okay, so if I'm wrong, someone correct me. TNA shit was announced first, so TNA is gonna get hurt, I guess, because Forbidden Door went there, and maybe some people will choose the AEW pay-per-view to buy that one, and then not buy the TNA one, but I don't believe that. I think AEW fans, the ones who are going to buy it, are going to buy the AEW pay-per-view. The ones who are going to buy the TNA pay-per-view are going to buy the TNA pay-per-view, because those fans don't like each other. And then if you're a sicko and you're a TNA hole, or you're a fucking AEW sicko, you're going to watch the other one. Like, let's say you're an AEW sicko through and through, and you're going to buy every pay-per-view and support them because you love them, but you also watch WWE and TNA, and you watch what other people are doing because you're just also a wrestling fan in general, but you're diehard AEW, you just want to support them. You're going to buy the AEW one, and then you're going to jump on the pirate ship and just stream the TNA one. I'm sorry, that's how the world works, guys. I don't know if any of you fucking... I'm sure these wrestling companies realize this, okay? NordVPN.com/ProWrestleTime. Save yourself a gang of money. And say you're from Canada, or protect yourself online and hop on the old pirate ship. I'm promoting that shit. I'm just saying, there's tons of legal sites out there. There's tons of... I'm just saying, man. People do that shit these days. Okay, they use VPNs. They're fucking streaming shit on sites. So if you're diehard, like I love TNA, you're gonna buy the I know fucking Lincoln Hawk in chat. He's gonna buy the TNA pay-per-view, And then he might fucking, check out he might check out the clips of the Forbidden Door one just to know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? And then the Great American Bash is just on TV or on YouTube / Netflix or wherever. I don't know where it's going to be in Canada. So I'm assuming just Netflix. So it makes no difference. But Dave is trying to create this narrative that he tried to, like the bidding war of 2024, bud. Dave tried to create this narrative last year and it just didn't work. It fell flat because they just did shows and then they just stopped doing shows. And then now they're going to go head to head again whenever they want to. And maybe they talked to TNA and went, yeah, TNA and NXT, let's fucking do a little crossover and we'll just run that whole day and try and take interest away from Forbidden Door. Maybe they did that. Who cares? Stop crying about it. There's no lesson to be learned. Dave, you need to learn your lesson.
So why would you do this?
You're asking me? I don't know why they would do this.
I do. I mean, this is like
See, he's not explaining shit. They learned their lesson. Why would you do this? Okay, but then you also tweeted out. Well, I think I unbookmarked it, but we just read his tweet where he's like, it's different because of the network component. Okay, so then how is it comparable then? Why are you crying about it? Doesn't even make sense. Like, again, he wants to tweet some shit out that contradicts his fucking complaints over here. I thought it's different, so who cares? You think they learned their lesson. What lesson? He doesn't explain any way. Their numbers, their sales were down. AEW kicked their ass. AEW did more views, did more buys than they got views. It's not possible. They're on fucking streaming, bud.
Again, like this is a company it's usually pretty well managed, and this is like an elementary mistake of not learning a thing from last year. I mean, it's like that's
a thing from last year. Name one thing that they have to learn from last year. Name one fucking thing that they didn't learn.
So last year was the learning year. You can make
the learning year, like the learning tree, and the year before that it was the learning tree, Brian.
Your mistakes. Once you've made the mistake,
learn from your mistakes. So did the viewership go down? Did they not do as much live attendance? Was the sales not as good? Did they lose any of their? Did ESPN go, oh, we're taking back $10 billion of the dollars because this didn't do good? What do they need to learn?
Once you've made the mistake, you've had your lowest pay-per-view, you had your lowest Saturday Night's Main Event, and you had your lowest NXT number all in the same weekend because you decided to go against AEW. And they had their fourth biggest pay-per-view ever. Once that's been established that is what happened, what lesson would a smart person learn?
So there you go. He finally gives a reason. So he goes, you did your lowest rated this on free TV streaming and your lowest rated this on free TV streaming. And they're not free, I guess, if you pay for fucking Netflix every month, let's say. The point I'm making is like, okay, Saturday Night's Main Event is on YouTube in Canada, buddy. And it has been for a while. Like when it was on Peacock and shit, I was watching it on YouTube. So what it did was steal some of the algorithmical fucking news cycle, bro. And it had people talking about that shit. And then people went and replayed it after. And maybe it took something away from AEW in that regard. He's like, oh, it's the learning year. Okay, so let's say they did a lower number. So they've looked at that. They're not just incompetent. All they are numbers guys, B. As Brendan Schaub, fellow lol cow Brendan Schaub would say. They're all numbers guys. So again, the reason they didn't do the Gina Ronda fight is because they crunched the fucking numbers and they're like, this doesn't make sense. When they look at this, okay, they ran their pay-per-view and let's say a handful of people chose to buy that pay-per-view or go and watch that night. Did they not go watch Great American Bash the next day on YouTube? Or did they not go watch whatever the other show was, Saturday Night's Main Event or whatever on Netflix or wherever, like globally and shit? How many pay-per-view sales is AEW doing in, Mexico, let's fucking say? And then how many people who are international and got Saturday Night Main Event on YouTube for free went and watched that, or on Netflix or whatever, went and watched that. Like, Dave doesn't factor any of that into it. And he doesn't understand, like, this is where streaming is king. This is where, like, okay, if WWE wanted to fuck with them, they'd run you got to pay for this pay-per-view. That's what they would do. They'd run a special, you got to buy our pay-per-view instead of theirs. But they're not doing that. They just run a TV show. It's part of their deal where they have to put on a certain amount of shows or whatever the fuck. And it just, people are tweeting about that all day and night while Forbidden Door is being tweeted about. And there's more WWE fans than there are AEW fans. So it just sort of eats them up in the algorithm and in the trends and all of that. And Dave doesn't understand that's what the play is. Okay? You'd think he'd be crying on behalf of TNA going, oh, why is Forbidden Door going head to head? But no, he doesn't care when AEW goes head to head with TNA, which is the real story because they're trying to get you to buy pay-per-views. NXT's just on the CW. Who gives a fuck? It's developmental. NXT's developmental. So what's the lesson to learn? Oh, man, NWA's on every Saturday night or every Saturday afternoon. How dare they? Collision's on that day. It's like saying that. Well, yeah, no one's watching NWA. It's old people watching that shit or something. You know, NXT, it's their young developmental stars. Why not put a show on that night? It's fucking stupid. It's like saying, why do Collision learn their lesson? If I was like, man, Collision shouldn't even air. Oh, why would they even go on Saturday when Grande Stalis Noche is on or whatever? Noche Stalis Grandes. I keep fucking it up. It's like, well, that's their night. They just do shows on Saturdays. It's not an L if more people went in lot. Like they're just head down, grinding, doing their thing. I always applaud that. So Dave is just cooked, man. He's just so bum hurt that because he knows Forbidden Door is going to trend less than NXT Great American Bash. No, I'm joking. They're on kind of at different times as far as like NXT Great American Bash will end within like the first hour of Forbidden Door, or like at the end of the first hour of Forbidden Door, I believe.
What lesson would a smart person learn?
I don't know. Maybe you're just not smart. You don't know the lesson. Like you don't understand even like they're playing 4D chess and you just don't even know the play they're making, which I think is like what I've been saying over and over again. So again, speaking about viewership, man, Dave and Bryan just start melting down about the Netflix ratings. They're like, what is this viewership? It doesn't make any sense.
Dude, these raw numbers, Dave.
Yes. What about them?
Oh, sorry. Let me check with chat. So sorry, guys. Let me check in with you motherfuckers. So Steno A's been a member for 5 months. Let's fucking go. And Wolverine DX for 5 says, also, it's start getting hot outside. So people will go outside, meaning numbers will go down for everyone before getting back up again. And I'm glad you bring that up, dude. And thank you guys for your fucking support. Shout out the members. Shout out fucking everybody hanging out. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of people will use that as cope too. Like, oh, but I mean, people are outside doing shit. So I don't want to like start making excuses and stuff like that, but it is true. Like people go outside. There's rumors. I don't know about this. I try not to overly focus on shit like this, but you know, on YouTube, the fucking, you know, viewership goes down on videos and stuff. I mean, I don't know. I think if you just put out good content, people will watch it. You know, I put on YouTube all the time. Like I watch YouTube personally. I watch it more than like fucking regular TV or whatever. So yes, you're right. Like that's definitely a narrative that's out there. And that's something that I think probably rings true. Like, I don't know if TV ratings have reflected that historically. Someone like Niccolo Piccolo could break that down, I'm sure. And I think during like growing up in the 90s and shit, for me, I think during summer break, what would they do for like television, you know, before streaming was a thing? Because now you just drop a show whenever, people stream it whenever on their own fucking time. But it's like, I'm sure during the summer they would jam pack shows with like things people want to watch and stuff, but I'm sure kids were outside doing shit and playing. And I know people are addicted. To me, I just go, look, people are on their phones and tablets. So if it's like people have the Netflix app and can watch shows, you can get half hour of Raw in on your, let's say you're commuting to a fucking event or something. I don't know. I just feel like with everything being on phones, if you're on YouTube and shit, people are going to watch it still. If it's part of their routine, it's part of their routine. But yeah, I mean, people are going to be outside doing stuff, hanging out with people, cookouts, fucking out at the pools, maybe traveling a little bit, maybe taking some time off, hitting the lake, all going to the beach, all of these sorts of things. And you're gonna be watching playoffs and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And those are on too. So I don't know, man. I think what we can all agree on for sure, summer, people are going to be outside more. Playoffs are on, people are going to be watching playoffs over like any other show, especially like sports or simulated sports or sports entertainment. So I don't want to say those are necessarily a cope. I think they're valid reasons, but also I don't want to just be like, well, people are outside. Like I chalk it up more to, if you support AEW, you're just going to buy that one, and then you're going to schmeegly schmeem the fucking TNA one if you like, I need to see it. You know what I mean? If you can only pick one, the economy's bad. We're in a recession in Canada. That's a shoot, okay? And in the US, I don't know if it's any better. I don't know how you guys are doing down there. All I'm saying is this, man. If you are gonna buy both, you're gonna buy both. If you're gonna pick and choose one, you're gonna pick and choose one. Okay, that's what we're in the day and age of. So Dave's cope is like, oh, they should learn their lesson. It's on the CW, man. People have the CW app on their phone, Dave. Like, you don't know it doesn't, like, this doesn't matter. People are gonna watch what they want to watch. Everything's a niche now, right? WWE just has more of, like, if you like pro wrestling, if you're a wrestling fan, most wrestling fans like WWE and other shit. Like, most AEW fans also will watch WWE. So that's why you see, okay, I'm picking NXT last year, or their Saturday night main event did a lower rating because this is a fucking pay-per-view. Tone will do some crazy shit, and it's Saturday night main event. Okay, it's some matches. I mean, all right, what's really going to happen? And then they tried to bolster some of those too. Like, that's the thing. Like, John Cena fucking... didn't he retire at one? Like, motherfuckers been getting retired at them. Like, WWE went out there and did their thing. But people are just going to pick and choose. That's what's proven. But there was no less of an effect. More people were talking about Goldberg and shit, and we'll remember that Goldberg speech getting cut off and him getting mad about it after. Then we'll remember the Hangman Mox match. And I know that because nobody talks about it. And even Tone took the belt off Hangman a fucking month later or whatever it was. 2 months later, he just took the belt off him. The fucking very next pay-per-view, I'm pretty sure. So it just was meaningless nothing. Whereas WWE, whether it was a botch or intentional, whatever. And if they were kicked off Peacock for it, okay. Who gives a fuck? It's still a show they run. Their attendances are still up everywhere. Like, you have to factor in all of these other things or else it doesn't matter. And same with the pay-per-view. If Dave, you're going to lie and say 100 million people bought it anyways, so who cares? And even he said it was different because it's on the CW. So you'd think his outrage would lie in like the TNA AEW head-to-head, but no consistency with Dave. So we move along here, guys. And we were going to watch this video here. We have a video of a clip about how the Raw viewership doesn't make sense on Netflix, even though they're the most transparent. Netflix will tell you, hey, our total hours viewed are up 5%, but our overall viewers are down 4%. Or vice versa, or whatever. And because they're extremely transparent and these things are nuanced and they look at multiple key demos and retention rate and they look at replay value and etc., Dave is confused, baffled. Him and Bryan don't understand it. They're angry. They're triggered by it. You know what I'm saying? But when Dave and BJ Bethel just invent invisible numbers that HBO Max are doing, he understands it, and we need to study and learn, and it all totally makes sense.
Dude, these Raw numbers, Dave.
Yes. What about them? I'm giving
700,000 people are watching Raw
in the United States on the same day. Yeah.
I don't buy that. It doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. And you say every week that these Raw ratings, these Netflix ratings are wrong, they're worked, they're whatever.
Right.
How does it make sense to you that 700,000 people are watching Raw?
Because that's giving them every benefit of the doubt. That's the most.
I don't give them any benefit of the doubt because I don't believe their numbers. That's the point.
Okay. Well,
that's
point
the
is,
point. However, they're tallying
their numbers.
How can 700,000 people be watching Raw? It doesn't make sense.
Why would it not make sense?
They draw 11,000 per show. They outdraw SmackDown.
It means nothing. That means nothing.
It means nothing. So then why were you crying about they did their lowest rated Saturday night main event against the fucking pay-per-view? Someone should learn a lesson. Why are you crying about it? It's so crazy. Like, he just wants to pick and choose his outrage.
There's never been a correlation between one and the other.
There's never been a correlation between attendance and viewership. Oh, really? Because we have a chart here, asshole. And it's like 1-to-1. You butt fuck. So let's continue. We have a fucking chart. We're gonna felt him with a chart.
How is it?
How can the
best show in the IWC? Hit fucking like, hit sub, hit retweet, hit heart.
Brand outdraw SmackDown, and SmackDown is doing double the viewers
because Raw is the A brand, and the younger.
It can't be the A brand with 700,000 people watching.
Yes, it can. You're only on Netflix. You're not on television. You don't have the exposure. You don't have the.
If you don't have the exposure, how are you drawing 11,000 fans of television shows?
Because most of the TV viewers are over the age of 55, and they're not the ones going to the live show.
Oh my God, Dave is just
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
He's just coping so hard about this, man. Well, because, Dave, you made up fake math. You just don't want to take Netflix for what they're saying. You think they lie about all their numbers and skew them or whatever the fuck. And you come up with your own fucking math. People tried to point out how Dave Meltzer's math was wrong on this shit multiple times, or whatever he laid out, or however he tried to explain it. This is a while ago. This is like fucking 2 years ago at this point. And Dave was proven wrong. I think he deleted some fucking post he made about it as well, where he tried to break it down or something a while back. I believe that was Dave that happened to, but either way, it doesn't matter. Like, he just wants to pretend that Dynamite's beating Raw and there's only 700,000 in the U.S. watching. It just doesn't make sense.
The idea that SmackDown is going to be doing well over 1 million viewers and Raw is going to be doing under 1 million.
Because look at...
It makes no sense.
Of those million viewers, 650,000 probably are over 50. So it does. Think about it. It does.
No, it does not make sense that 700,000 people are watching Raw. That doesn't make sense. I don't care what Netflix says. It does not make sense that 700,000 people are watching Raw at all.
Does it make sense that 700,000 people are watching AEW and they can?
If 700,000 people are watching AEW, I cannot believe that 700,000 people are watching Raw, because it doesn't make sense that the same number of viewers are watching these two shows. Yet one show is drawing 3,000 to TV every week, and the other show is drawing
It's more like 2,400 and shit like
11,000. That doesn't make any sense. I don't care what Netflix says.
Okay, can I tell you
that
something?
Doesn't make any sense.
Okay, there's never been a correlation.
Again, so Dave is trying to say there's never been a correlation. There's never been. Listen to his words. You need to study and learn, Bryan. You need to study and learn the IWC.
The only reason I know about this is because I know about it.
So we're going to talk about this and analyze this in the AEW part of things, but just to touch on
Raw numbers, Dave,
right now, because Raj Giri posted it and it correlates with what we're talking about now. So Roger Geary says, regarding Dave Meltzer saying there's never been any correlation between ratings and attendance, here's the attendance versus ratings for AEW Dynamite since Q3 2021. And this is courtesy of WrestleTix, and you could do this. You could fucking go over this for... We had another graph. I've shown it on the show multiple times of year over year of AEW. The viewership and the tickets. And it's the same fucking thing. Look at this. It's the exact same thing. A little bump. So the fucking the attendance had a little bump before this bump here in the viewership. Is the only thing where you go, oh fuck. You know, but even here, a little bump in attendance, and then the viewership goes down, and then just boom, the attendance goes down right along with it. Like the whole fucking time. So even here, okay, it stayed steady. Little decline, big bump up here. This is from 2021 through till 2026. Oh, yeah, so here you go. This is through Q2 2026. So look at this. This is from 2021 until 26. So look, you see like a couple times where like it stays steady or it drops off right along with it. You know, like there's a couple instances of that. Okay, good. Here it went up. Here the viewership went up when the attendance went down a little bit. Okay. Not an anomaly, but then right here, it switched. But otherwise, it's consistent the whole way through. Crazy how he just felt some with this fucking chart. This is an uncanny chart. It is unbridled in its power at owning fucking Dave. Just amazing. So take a look at that. That's AEW right there. So we know that he is trying to make the excuse, like we're talking about WWE, but Dave's trying to say, well, just because 700,000 are watching, it doesn't mean, or just because the attendances are 12,000, it doesn't mean 700,000 are watching. But then why would that be any different with WWE? Obviously, it's like, you know, the trends would track. Like even if WWE's gone down, if we go back to 1990 till now, okay, the popularity's gone down on TV and maybe the ticket sales have too. I don't actually fucking know. I think now on that chart, you'd see the viewership. It would be the opposite viewership and attendance wise, whatever. All I'm saying is this. I'm sure it tracks, and literally he wants to use this to shield AEW, but if you look at AEW since 21 until 26, it exactly correlates. So we'll come back to that in a minute. Dave's just mental. So speaking of being mental, Dave talks about the pressure and if it's getting to WWE when it comes to Nick Khan. Now, Nick Khan does contradict himself a little bit. He definitely is one of these businessmen who are like, fuck the IWC and stuff, but he's got his finger on the pulse of everything. So again, it's just like billionaire full of shit guy stuff. You know, what Nick Khan says doesn't affect WWE in any way. And it's the same thing when people go, well, just because you cannot like Tony Khan, but it doesn't mean that the show's bad and stuff. People would use that same fucking excuse. It's like, okay, well, Nick Khan, nothing he says affects the fucking show when he does these interviews. He can say, no, we don't listen to the IWC. And then you guys melt down and the IWC talks about it all day. Myself included. So who cares? All it does is fucking like bring a voice. It just signal boosts all the other shit he's talking about. So again, Dave's triggered and he's like, oh, is the pressure getting to Nick Khan? And it's like, bud, I want to know if the pressure is getting to Bry, realizing that he hasn't grown since the 8th grade. I want to know if the pressure's getting to Dave, knowing that those fucking hair plugs are not holding. Those are the pressing issues. But here's what Dave wants to know about Nick Khan.
And to start off with, what is going on with Nick Khan? What's up with this guy?
You tell me, what's up with him? I don't
What's
understand.
up with him?
What's up with him?
You know more than I do. What's this guy talking about?
I have no...
We don't listen to the online fans. Oh, but you do listen to the online fans, okay? All right. Well, I just said that. I was talking shit.
idea. I don't know what's got to him. I'm like dumbfounded. He's a smart guy. He's probably the best president in a lot of ways.
See, here's the thing. So Dave's a dumbass, cocky, condescending motherfucker. So you don't give him the benefit of the doubt. Nick Khan, just like Dave said, is a very smart guy. He's made insane business moves in so many ways in recent years. And so you give him the benefit of the doubt. He's saying this to trigger you.
Bad. But I mean, between that and the Great American Bash move, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, is the pressure getting to them? I mean, I guess it probably is, right? You can kind of tell.
Look at like Dave is such a fucking, so look at how he just creates a narrative. I don't know. Is the pressure getting to them? I mean, I guess it has. You can kind of tell. What pressure? They just did 11,000 people at a Raw. What pressure? Is AEW applying pressure to them? They've done house shows in the last 12 months that outdrew Double or Nothing.
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
So what are we really talking about here? Is the pressure getting to them? And the NXT move. So the pressure's getting to them, so they do a show on the same day because the pressure's getting to them? Or because they don't give a fuck and they feel no pressure? Dave, which do you think it is? This smart guy here. Oh, we feel the pressure. Let's double down and just eat shit. Or are you just a dumb fuck? And you're making shit up.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Because you don't know what the fuck you're ever
He
talking
had
about.
Cuervo with him the whole time, too. Is the pressure getting to them? I mean, I guess
NXT does 500K viewers or 600K for Great American Bash. Is that the pressure getting to them?
it probably is, right? You can kind of tell. I mean, it does feel like the pressure's getting to them, but why would you? I mean, I was just dumbfounded. Why would you ever say that? The other thing he said is how we never listen to social media. We only listen to ratings, revenue, and relevance, which are his big 3 R's. Okay. The thing is
Dave is a big R, one of the big 3 R's of PWT. Him, Ibu, and I'll think of the other one.
It's like, but the move that he just made, I don't think that they listened to. Well, I'm just confused.
See, Dave is fucking so stupid. Well, the move that they just made, he's trying to say, this is what Dave wants to say, but even he caught himself because what he was about to say is so big ard. It's so big, it got 3 to 5 R's in the Tokyo Dome. Dave fucking was about to say the move they made with the NXT Great American Bash, that's not listening to the people because the people, what, Dave? Didn't want him to fucking do it, or just you? Just you say it's a bad idea. No one else has ever said that or thought that ever. You just made that up and keep running with it. And you think you're the grand poobah. You fucking run the IWC. What you say is the voice of the people because you've blocked anyone who disagrees with you. And you're in a fucking bubble. You think the voice is people going, yeah, they shouldn't have ran this show. And you're too fucking dumb to understand the bubble paradox. You're too fucking stupid to understand that you exist in a bubble and your algorithm just feeds you fed bad and they're fucking up.
Listen to, well, I'm just confused about that Great American Bash thing, but
So he wanted to say they didn't listen to the IWC about the Great American Bash, about going head to head. No, Dave, the sickos in the cage match rating people, the 30 people who vote on a card on cage match that you guys look at. And let's be honest, out of those 30, there's multiple people with multiple accounts. And Dave's one of them. And you dumb fucks in your bubble, because you got everyone blocked out, go, oh, yeah, I mean, the IWC, if they listen to the internet, they'd know that in my corner of the IWC, fucking, they thought it was a bad idea. And it's like, Dave, you think Orange Cassidy's the shit.
The thing about not listening to social media, it's like that whole thing that happened 2 years ago. What do you think all that came from?
Well,
I mean,
clearly
like-
it was those fans booing in the building and the ratings and the relevance.
See, no, but it was though. That whole thing that happened 2 years ago. How do you think that happened? So what is he talking about? Is he talking about fucking The Rock and the pivot and all of these things? Because Dave, you want to know what else happened? Cody Rhodes went into business for himself a little bit. Okay. And he fucking lobbied hard for his position. And thank God he did.
Well, there was
And the revenue.
There was no problem with the revenue. The ratings were not impacted one iota. Relevance is a weird word, but I mean, the company was
Dave is the most irrelevant he's ever been. Meanwhile, WWE is the most relevant it's been in so long. And relevance is a weird word.
Oh, I mean, they were probably more relevant because Dwayne was around. I mean,
Dwayne,
for the big picture, I mean, the biggest bang for your buck would have been Dwayne in the main event against Roman Reigns.
But it wasn't, though. But it turned out it wasn't. Well, because social media. I mean, that and fucking, and like Nick Khan obviously listens to social media, Dave. He just knows you're dumb as fuck. And we'll go, well, he doesn't listen to us. Because you guys are chronically online all the fucking time. And then you just talk about WWE. It's crazy this man doesn't realize this shit yet. So, speaking of realizing this shit yet, Dave Meltzer, he talks about the El Grande Americano mask versus mask match. Okay. And I tweeted this out as the match was live. And again, 38K views, 700 likes. And I tweeted out at Pro Wrestle Times on X. I said, fuck whatever Meltzer's talking about. This is match of the year 2026 so far. Hashtag triple A Noche de los Grandes. And this is during the match. Okay. Just a fantastic fucking match. The drama. Yes, the moves and shit was cool, but it was the selling, the drama, the brawls. Ludwig getting arrested before for the real sickos, you know, the people who are invested like that. It just added an extra layer of heat. The way these two have been booed and embraced and all of these things, and it all just culminated. The way that the sickos and everybody hated on this and tried to say it was stupid and they use AI and they tried to bury it and block it. Fucking, it's culturally insensitive and all this cringe fucking shit that they all tried to do.
Just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
Noche de los Grandes, right? And so I tweeted this out. It got a lot of traction. And some sickos were like, he actually, maybe not even sickos, probably just some regular people, but they were like, he actually liked this match. And it's like, well, no, he didn't, because he was like, it's fantastic. But this is what he says. He qualifies it with, it's a fantastic presentation. And then he couldn't help himself. Like a day later, he starts talking about fucking Mistico. Like we knew he would. Of course, he's going to bring up Mistico.
He had a Cuervo with him the whole time, too.
He's going to go back and be like, well, like he might even give it 5 stars, but it's because of the presentation, not really because of anything else. They just presented it so well. And he's always got some fucking qualifier. Meanwhile, he will just give the Bucks 5 stars and go, well, they're just so fantastic in the ring. And you go, well, they just do the same shit they've been doing for 10 years. So,
you know, poor people don't like AEW.
So again, man, people can cope about that. People were like, what was he saying? What was Dave saying about the match? He actually liked the match. Doesn't fucking matter, because he's going to qualify it later. He's going to point out things to undermine it. He is going to not praise AAA the way he praises CMLL and just go, well, I like CMLL better and things like this. He's just going to do what he's going to do. So fuck, and I mean, fuck what he's talking about. Fuck, like, what match has been so great that he's been talking about? He went to fucking a Dynamite recently and was like, it was one of the greatest matches I've ever seen in front of my eyes with like Mike Bailey and shit. Fuck all that. This match rules, and it's because of the drama. It's because of all of these things. So again, what does Dave Meltzer do now? What does he do? He also makes it about Chad Gable and talks about how Chad Gable, and I don't know if he talks about it in this clip, but this narrative of Chad Gable should go to AEW comes out. And he makes it about Chad Gable. Why? Well, because Tony Khan likes Chad Gable. We know that from the past. And because I believe Kenny Omega in an interview said, he was asked, like, is there anybody, maybe it was Kenny Omega, maybe it was the Bucks, I can't remember, but someone was asked in the Elite, who would they bring to AEW from WWE? Like, name someone in WWE you wish you had here. And they named Chad Gable, like back in the day. Okay. This is a shoot. And so because of that, because Tone and like Kenny Omega like Chad Gable, Dave and everyone like the New Day, because it had ever since the Bucks were like, yeah, we'd fight the New Day, like motherfuckers, and FTR as well. Motherfuckers have wanted to see the New Day go to AEW. This has been a thing since this has been a sicko topic of discussion since like Xavier Woods and Kenny, like the Elite and the New Day were all at that gaming thing for Capcom and fucking played against each other in Street Fighter or whatever the fuck. People have been talking about that forever. So Gable's another one of these names that Kenny Omega once was like, yeah, I'd love to have him in AW. All the sickos, Dave, they parrot the same fucking thing. Now, maybe he talks about this here. They're going, will Gable ever get the credit he deserves? Yes, bitch. He just fucking did for this fucking match, you stupid fucking idiot. Will he ever get the credit? Yes, dum-dum. That's what he got for this fucking match. People are like, he deserves a world title push in WWE. He just proved titles don't mean shit. He don't need a fucking belt. He just proved that shit. Could he use one? Sure. Would it? I don't know. The story's got to be there. That's what this match proved. He deserves a title push. Why? Is he going to replicate this? Or was this peak for him? We don't fucking know. So don't just say dumb things. I hate when fucking wrestling fans just say dumb things. He got a title. Why? So he can not do what he just did here that had no fucking title? It's crazy. So the narrative now is like, oh, he should go to AEW. And I tweeted out, I might even have it bookmarked. Why? Because you fucking want to see him German suplex guys on Collision? You want to see him fight Daniel Garcia in a 20-minute match instead of just do what he's doing right now? Why? Why the fuck would he go to AEW, man? Like, what's the okay, so he can German suplex fucking Gabe Kidd instead of Ludwig Kaiser? Like, what, so he can go and be on Collision wrestling Tommaso Ciampa? Like, what do you guys really want him to do in AEW? What would be the difference? Are they going to give him the world title? No. They don't even have Bobby Lashley's like a mid-fucking card trios guy. Let alone Chad Gable. Like, what the fuck do you think they're going to do with Gable, man? It's so moronic when you hear this shit. But, yeah.
Chad Gable is such an unbelievable wrestler. I don't know that I've ever seen a guy so good in every aspect of pro wrestling, so talented, such a fantastic worker, who, from a legacy standpoint, was nowhere near the star that he deserved to be. I can't come up with a name in this business because it's like you'll go with a guy, like there's a lot of guys where in the ring, yeah, they were great, right? But they also had limitations where you would go, okay, it's like there's
Gable has that. He does goofy gimmicks. Thank you. And Shorty G, wasn't his name Shorty G? And like all of these fucking goofy things, the Alpha Academy, and then El Grande Americano. You guys were like, it's insensitive and it's goofy and it's stupid and they're using AI. That's what all you fucking motherfuckers did. Now it's like, oh, I mean, he didn't have he does have limitations. He's not like, he's never really gotten over as a serious fucking guy. And to be honest, El Grande is a goofy ass gimmick. That's how it started. And then it just blew up to the point where people took it fucking seriously. And this is a serious moment. And they built to a serious feud with a goofball character where Rayo and Bravo are goofballs. And Bruto and Julio are fucking goofballs too. It's a goofball thing. And Chad does do goofball shit to get over because let's face it, what is he going to do? Just cut promos like, I'm the best wrestler who can do holds like fucking Dean Malenko? He's had to do goofy shit, so he does have limitations. He does. He's had to rely on doing kind of goofy shit and then showing how good his in-ring work is. And that helps get, and he's taken the ball and ran with it. Think about Kurt Angle, same thing. Kurt Angle's the most legit guy in the world. He had to goofball himself up, drink milk, get tapped out by fucking Taz real quick. He had to do these fucking things to get himself over. The little cowboy hat. He had to do these fucking things to get over, bro. And then, yes, Kurt Angle took it to the next level. Could Gable? Absolutely. But Dave is just cooked and just like going. And I love Chad Gable. I'm not trying to diminish him, but his limitations are how we got to El Grande in the first fucking place. But because Kenny likes Gable, Dave wants to be like, man, I mean, will he ever get the accolades? Will his legacy ever be? You mean El Grande Americano, bitch? A cultural fucking icon? He's the original. He's the OG El Grande, bro. There's no Ludwig without fucking what Gable was doing. So, like, the cultural significance, bro, the kayfabe belts don't mean shit, okay? They don't mean a goddamn thing. If he goes to AEW or whatever the fuck, he would never accomplish this. You don't get this moment unless you have whatever WWE is doing. Unless he saw the vision and they saw the vision of where this El Grande shit could go. And Ludwig took it to the next level after he got hurt. They were doing AI videos and you guys were saying it was fucking racist and stuff. So shut the fuck up.
It's just like this guy, he is short, but it's like he's got the body, like all that marketable stuff. He's got a look. He's a tremendous talker. He's an unbelievable worker. Like if he was in AEW, I mean, you know, he'd be like he's so much like, I think of Pac, right? Okay. Because Pac's like this great worker, but Pac doesn't have his charisma. Pac doesn't have his talking ability. You know, Pac is a super solid, great worker, but I don't even think he's as good an athlete as Chad Gable. I know people in AEW who wanted him there in the worst way. There's certain people like when they go to WWE.
That's why he's glazing him. People wanted him there in the worst way, Bryan. That's why he's like, well, the Ludwig, the El Grande match, I mean, Gable is the real star from that's why he's doing this. And shout out Gable. But again, man, Ludwig took it to the next level, and it takes two to tango, man. Dave wasn't saying this. Now, yes, he's like, oh, Gable's really good. And I mean, they have him doing goofy stuff when he's with Akira and stuff like that. But again, it comes to this moment and it's all on Gable and shit.
You know, like Penta, where it's so like, cool. You know, it's the right move for you. And there's a lot of people in WWE who it's like,
Penta, and he was in AEW, and they were like, oh, it's the right move for you to go to WWE. So when he was trading destroyers with Orange Cassidy, Dave, you didn't like that? Stop fucking lying. You mean AEW fans didn't like the Lucha Bros, or did they really like them, but Tone fumbled the fucking booking? And now you're like, well, Penta was like a huge, like Jericho showed up dressed as Penta and they fucking feuded. That was like a huge first feud in AEW. And Dave is just like, oh my God, it's Tony Khan's booking.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
Fast forward, and it's like, well, Penta, it's good for you to get out of AEW, go to WWE. See how he just flip-flops on shit, man? And then with Gable, oh, yeah, you need to get to AEW. He's about to say that shit. Why? Why would he go to AEW? So he can break his neck? You just want to see him break his neck? You just want to see him do a German suplex off the apron through a table to Moxley instead of doing it to Ludwig or any of these other guys? What's the difference? It's the story. It's the booking. Tone is bad at storytelling and booking. He's a good matchmaker. A monkey can make good matches. So that doesn't matter. So what are you talking about?
WWE, who it's like, you know what? You're not best suited here.
How is he not best suited there? Think about how fucking stupid it is what Dave is saying right now.
Uh-oh, retard alert. Retard alert, class.
You're not best suited in WWE, where you just took part in the hottest fucking angles, did fucking 2 million views after a few days a few days coming off the weekend. And you had 300,000 watching fucking live on a YouTube channel. And if you factor in Espanol and Fox and all of that, and you're like a huge sensation, drawing big houses in Mexico is a huge moment that people will remember forever in the history of fucking pro wrestling. You're not suited for that place where you just did all that. You'd be better in AEW, where you can German suplex Ricochet off the top rope into 5 guys in an Anarchy in the fucking arena match.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Dave, you stink.
Compared to going somewhere else. And now you can make money somewhere else.
Somewhere else. And he doesn't want to just say AEW, but it's like, where? TNA then, you mean? Why would he be better there? NWA, you mean? He should go to MLW. Oh, no, that's not what you mean. You mean AEW because you're a fucking biased shill cuck.
And boy, he's the top of my list of a guy who...
See this shit?
You know,
look at this shit. Boy, he's at the top of my list, Brian, of who I would try and convince Tony to bring to fucking AEW. And so is Kendall Gray, but so is Chad Gable. To other places, the top of my list of who I would bring into my Fed that I definitely don't own 3% of.
Like it's
start that rumor again.
Kind of bad because when you, like I said, when all is said and done, he's going to be the guy. Like no one's going to go, oh my God, all time great for Chad Gable. They'll go, oh, he's a really good worker, and they'll watch tapes of him in 20 years from now or whatever. People will do their little looking back on tapes and go, oh, hey, he was really great. But you know,
Dave always goes and do their little looking back on tapes. Dave, that's how you got famous, was fucking looking at tapes.
He never got the shot that he deserved. You know, I mean, and there's plenty of guys in
this wasn't the shot he deserved, that fucking Triple H.
AEW, and Pac being one of them. You know, but you know, Pac was never going to be the world champion. I mean, Chad could be anything there.
So he's literally saying, Gable, I mean, Pac will never be world champion. He's not world champion material. So he buries Pac while thinking he's putting over AEW and going, Chad could be anything there. So he makes it about AEW. That's what Dave does. He doesn't want to fucking say AEW, but he says it without he inevitably goes to it. And then he goes, Chad, just like he said to Je'Von, you'll make 10 times the money, just like he said to Kendall Gray. I would get her. She doesn't have to stay there, and you can come over and be the top. I mean, hell, you'd be women's champion. Everyone's gone. You'd be. And then what is he saying? Chad, I mean, you could be anything in AEW. You'd be world champion. Tone fucking told me he'd make
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Holy man, this is fucking crazy. And like, this is clear contract tampering, and it's illegal. And I want Dave Meltzer investigated and put in fucking jail. And the reason I say that is because Tone calls him on the phone and he's like negotiating contracts. And this is what he does. He floats little shits out there. People know who he talks to. People know that he talks to the Bucks. He doesn't have to talk to Tone either. He can talk to the Bucks, who are his friends, and their EVPs. And
Chad Gable.
He just floats it out there, and people know. It's a dog whistle. They know. Oh, fuck. He's letting us know what Tone texted him, man. We could go there and be world champion and make more money and blah, 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 blah. So speaking of this here, Dave Meltzer talks about the match itself, and then he fucking steals Rajgiri's story. Then Rajgiri felts him. So let's
but I think the number one thing we got to talk about is that mask match.
That was a fantastic match.
That match was so awesome.
Oh yeah.
From long before it began to long after it ended. I mean, it was awesome.
It was an incredible presentation. I mean, one of the better, you know.
It was an incredible presentation. And then he goes, one of the better, you know, he doesn't want to say one of the better matches. No, I've seen amazing matches, Brian. You don't watch all of Mexico, and also Mistico.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time too.
Right? So he goes, the presentation was spectacular. He can't give these guys credit. But then he goes, Gable is so fantastic, he should try and get a job in AEW and be world champion. But Mistico's better than all this bullshit. That's what he's like. This is the problem when you're like a phony ass bullshit fucking con artist liar like Dave is. You just can't keep your shit straight. There's no consistency. You're just all over the place, contradicting yourself one sentence after the other and going, It's like, except like, We all throw an in there or a reset fucking word or whatever, right? Everybody's got a little something they throw in there. But Dave is, it's like, except Batman. All right.
Overall
say what you feel. It's one of the best overall presentation, not the match, because WWE can't be better than CMLL and AEW, Bryan.
Overall presentations that you'll ever see. Go out of your way to see this match. It is that good.
My whole take when the whole thing was over was, in storyline, it was Ludwig Kaiser's night. He won the hair match. He got his big victory. Mm-hmm. But in real life, man, this was Chad Gable's night. This guy was great in this match. He was incredible.
As far as, he was the star of the match.
Yes, the star of the match, the star of the post-match. They didn't even have, Ludwig had no promo. It was just he just waved goodbye to everybody when it was done.
He got his girlfriend at the end, which was the perfect finish. He came out of it really big. He came out of it like he's a superstar there.
Yeah, see, and it's not just like a superstar. He's a superstar. He is a superstar. He's a super duper star. It's never just like, a superstar. It's a superstar. It's like the top. It's never just like a top guy. It's like, a top guy, Bryan. Dave's so fucking kooky all the time. It won't let me escape this window for some reason, so we'll just pull this up over here. But yeah, Dave can. It's always like a superstar or like a fucking a top guy. Instead of just saying what he really means, he's got to fucking do and I swear I'm telling the truth. And so here's what Dave had to say about it afterwards. Yeah. Let's just it's on topic here. So Dave Meltzer responds to Ariel Helwani, who says, El Grande Americano versus Original Grande has been my favorite thing going in combat sports. Bravo to everyone at AAA. Match of the year, entrance of the year, feud of the year, crowd of the year. Dave Meltzer says match of the year for sure, a contender. So again, he just doesn't want to actually give it its due. He just wanted to take the opportunity to be like, Gable, come sign with Tone. And then I'll give you all the 5 stars. And then he goes, you have to watch 5:15 Mistico at Arena Mexico before and after his match. 1-4 Tanahashi before and after his match. Mistico, you don't even have to watch wrestling and you'll get it. 1-4 does require you to know Tanahashi's history and standing to fully appreciate it. No, it doesn't, Dave. And all of the goats will tell you the best wrestling is you could know nothing about wrestling. We start doing a match. We hook you in and we grip you in. Because that's fucking the best wrestling. Okay?
Oh my God. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
But Dave goes, this year already, Tanahashi and Mistico blew that out of the water. Who is Mistico's opponent? Tanahashi fought Okada, but who did even Mistico wrestle? That's what I'm talking about. You're a
Dave
dumbass.
Is so bad. Dave is the devil. Oh.
And I just put never go full retard. Never go full potato. Like the dumbest motherfucker who ever lived. You guys remember that? Tropic Thunder or whatever. Oh man, that movie was good. And so Dave Meltzer, man, he gets destroyed by Raj here a little bit, who destroyed him already with that chart. But so let's see this here. This is so funny. So Raj tweets this out. He says, I heard a clip of Dave talking about my Ludwig Kaiser story, and this is a perfect example of him stating stuff as fact when it's not true at all. He made it sound like it was a WWE planted story. I usually never discuss sources, but I will say this. I was never once contacted by WWE PR regarding this, and I never reached out to them. And it's like, Dave, people live in Florida, huh, bud? You know that, right? There's a lot of wrestling people in Florida. You know that, Dave? So, Raj just heard a story. from somebody, and he reported it, and Dave's like, oh, it was a planted story. He always does that, and he will sit there because he gets called shill and he gets called biased, and everybody knows that Tone literally phones him on the telephone. That's why I kicked your leg. That's why I phoned your phone when I phoned you, Brett. Okay, he calls him. Do you know him? Do you call him at home? Tony Khan calls fucking Dave at home, dude. We know this for fact. And Dave has even talked about he's pushed things for AEW. Tone contacted him as far back as 2019 to promise Dave he'll never put on a lousy Dynamite again. So, what does Dave do? He's the great projector. So he pretends that anybody who says anything about WWE, it's a planted story. Anything that puts them in a good light. If it's Raj Giri, if it's Bischoff, all of these people are fraudcasters who is in WWE's pocket, but it couldn't be possible that Dave's in AEW's pocket. Couldn't be possible. So Raj says that, and then the follow-up was basically him. Yeah, he just felts Dave there for stealing his or reacting to his story as if it was WWE planting some sort of story, which it fucking wasn't. Okay? Because that's goofball shit. We're going to get into, so we got AEW stuff now. We're going to talk about AEW Double or Nothing a little bit, which I know passed, but also just AEW stuff in general. I'm just going to chug some water. So let's fucking polish our flute here. We got one right here. Let's rejuvenate here. So here is Dave Meltzer talking about AEW in general, talking about Double or Nothing, and coping about this TV deal and all of these things. And then he gets felted by another fucking journalist who's like, buddy, the story I wrote isn't a bad thing, like we've been saying for fucking weeks now. And it's JSS McMullen, whatever I called him that one show. But Wrestle and Rob post this. Look how sad these two look. Forget the words being said. This is what represents the AEW fan base, and they wonder why no one can take the company seriously. And here's actually, let's circle back to that, okay? Let's circle back to that. So where do I want to start with this? Yeah, okay, guys. So let's start with Double or Nothing, actually. We're going to circle back to that, but we're going to start with Double or Nothing and the star ratings. It's apropos because we started the WWE portion of this that way. So here's Dave Meltzer's star ratings for Double or Nothing. I'm not even going to read them all, but 2 matches rated 5 stars. 7 matches got 4 stars or above. And so Cage Cope FTR got 5. And then what's the other 5? Takeshita and Okada. So Dave is just fucking unhinged with his ratings. Like, if you look at this is the greatest wrestling show of all time. Now, a lot of sickos do believe that. I know Dave and his ilk believe that. I thought it was a solid B+. I don't think the women's 4-way. So every match got like 4 or above. No, the women's 4-way got 3 1/4, just below 4. Which Dave would argue to Chris Van Vliet, oh, well, 3 1/4 or 3 3/4 is the same as 4 stars. And then it's like, then why give 4 stars, But that's fucking insane. That is actual fucking insanity. And so from there, now, let's talk about AEW in general. And let's start with Will Ospreay here. So Bryan has been critical of Dynamite lately in many aspects that have to do with formatting. Why do they put the Collision as the 3rd hour? Why are they booking this guy that way? And Dave just has excuses for everything. None of it really makes sense. let's take a listen as the Observer questions, why don't they call it 3-hour Dynamite instead of Dynamite plus Collision when the ratings for the third hour struggle? I agree fully. And it's an L when they add the third hour of Dynamite and then like 200,000 people, or I guess it's third hour Collision and then 200,000 people fall off. People are just trained to think that Collision ain't shit, and it really ain't shit. But yet Tone will put like key story shit on Saturday, and then you get called a fucking E-drone because you don't know some shit they did on the Saturday show when it's like nobody's watching that shit.
After all this time, they finally did the Ospreay match the way they should have. And then he finally did this great promo about the Owen.
Well, that was a hell of a promo.
And like,
hell of a promo.
I watched this and I went, I've been wanting this for finally. Why did this air on Collision? Why was this not like the open of Dynamite? Does Collision not collapse every time?
When they do a 3-hour show and it's all on the same station, they should just call it a 3-hour Dynamite. You know, because and it's like there's no logical reason why the rating should drop at the level it drops for Collision.
See,
I mean, it shouldn't happen, but it does.
There's no logical reason. Yes, there is, because the fans have been trained, because they like to go, oh, the WWE fans are just brainwashed and trained to think blah. The fans have been trained to think Collision don't mean shit. So they stay for the 2-hour Dynamite, then Tone runs the show too long, and they don't do a good job of promoting that Collision's after. And so people shut the fucking show off because they know Collision, there's nothing of substance is going to be on there. And they especially know that the third hour is always just a bunch of pointless fucking matches, and the overrun's too long, and it's already starts too late, and it's in the middle of the fucking week, and people aren't trying to throw their routines off fucking Wednesday, so they're fucked for the end of the week. They want to finish the week strong. There is logical reasons. You're just an illogical person, Dave.
And since we know it does, we should just call it a 3-hour Dynamite special and, you know, have a big main event at the end. You know, and really, you know, like, again, maybe the Darby match should have been the main event at the end, you know, and try to keep the people for the 3. But yeah, it's a weird thing. I mean, it may be contractual.
It's a weird thing. Maybe it's contractual. It doesn't make logical sense that the people would turn it off. What are they, fucking stupid monkey idiots? Why would they turn this off? Fucking Dave, man. He thinks people are stupid.
You know,
he blames the people. There's no logical reason.
Well, I'm sure it is contractual. I'm sure it is, but at the same time,
okay.
You should, hold on, Dave. If both sides know, then it should be an easy 1-minute telephone call to just go, we all know it's going to die if we brand a Collision. It's better for us to call it Dynamite. It's better for you to call it Dynamite.
Better for everyone.
So why don't we just have a 3-hour Dynamite?
Concerned. Yes, it's better for everyone concerned to call it a 3-hour Dynamite. It's better for AEW. It's better for TNT. There's no downside. So, I mean, if we didn't have the evidence from like the last time they did 3 hours and all the, and most of the time, I mean, I think that there have been times where it actually held up, but most of the time it doesn't. And the last time it didn't, last time it was a big.
There have been times it held up, but
drop. Since we have that evidence, yeah, why do it? I don't understand.
Yeah, well, it's what you guys said. It's just some contractual shit, and also
after all this time,
Tone is fucking shitty, dude. Like, he's just bad at the fucking way he runs stuff. Why can't it ever be that? Why can't it ever just be the shit you fucking glaze is ran poorly and shittily? Why can't it ever just be the simplest answer with you? Okay? And speaking of the simplest answer, Dave tries to rack his brain around fucking how good Ospreay is. Terrible transition. But, he put over Ospreay and was like, oh, that promo was fantastic. And then he starts talking about the Wembley show and how Ospreay is going to be a part of it. And so he starts lobbying for Omega, But Dave talks so confidently. He's like, they have a great Wembley show. How do you know? Has Tone ran it by you? How the fuck would you know what the Wembley show is? Unless somebody told you. So
I think that this is really good stuff. You know, I think it's the right subtleness, considering, you know, we're months away from all this. You can't be hitting
Ospreay's the worst booked guy in AEW. I heard an allegedly that he has actually talked to Tone about how the internet really is like, okay, Death Riders, that's lame. And people aren't really fucking with Ospreay
hard yet.
That could just be some bullshit, though. I don't know.
You got other things to do, but they're it's like this is a multi-month storyline that they're doing, but they're building it. It is really it's really good.
What's the multi-month storyline? What's the multi-month storyline? What is it? What the fuck is it? MJF fucking lost the belt and then won it back. Now they got to restart. He's just fighting random people every week, like Darby was doing. So what's the multi-month storyline? Because these two guys sat down and said what's up once. The storyline is Mox trains him to be good enough to beat MJF. Okay, well, the way you guys talk about Ospreay and the way he talks about himself, he should just be in what you're paying him. He should just be beating MJF. Why the fuck do I got to think he's got to train to get better? He's like a mid. That's what Kevin Knight should be doing. Kevin Knight should be taken under the Bumbleclaw Clan's fucking wing, and then they should be teaching him how to get better or whatever the fuck you do to build someone up. Ospreay's this international star. He's a superstar, Bryan. Millions of dollars contract and shit. So he should just be fucking booked as a top guy the way you guys talk about him, but he's not. Everyone's fucking mid. Fuck.
Do what I think almost everyone expects them to do, right? Omega wins in Montreal, right? Mm-hmm. Defends against Ospreay in London. The question is should it be MJF defending?
So he's just laying out what everyone expects. Buddy, they're just laying out, like, you're just spoiling. Why would anybody watch this shit when you're just spoiling? We know you talk to Tone. You're sitting there going, they have a great Wembley show line. How do you know unless they've told you the matches? So now he's like, what everyone expects. Kenny gets, so fucking MJF loses the belt in Seattle, and then fucking MJF wins the belt in New York, and then Kenny, they're in Canada, and Tone doesn't realize that fucking Montreal doesn't care about Winnipeg. They think fucking people from Manitoba are hillbillies in Quebec, and they like literally, actually, they think all of the rest of Canada is a bunch of fucking hillbillies and dumb fucks, and you think so in Montreal, Kenny's going to get the win because he's Canadian. And then they go to fucking the UK. And then obviously Ospreay gets the win. That's how predictable, shitty, bad of a booker Tone is. You're just the hometown guy. You get the fucking win, bud. That's how it works.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
And it's just predictable, and you're just laying it all out, and you're like, yeah, I mean, everyone expects them to do, and you wonder why the attendance is down, and the ratings are down, and they have no motion, and people
Dave
don't
is so bad. Dave is the devil. Oh.
You're so bad for the business, man.
Or should it be Omega defending?
So bad for them.
Which is bigger. And
which is bigger? It doesn't matter. Hey, guess what? It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Wembley's going to do what it does attendance-wise. It's fallen off. Okay? They'll be lucky if 40,000 people are even there. And you're going to do Will Ospreay. They're lucky if 30,000, 35,000 are there this year. And you're going to have Ospreay fight anyone, and it makes no difference. Just like that fucking Double or Nothing show in New York, it makes no difference who MJF was fighting. He drew that fucking house. And with Ospreay, you just do him versus MJF. Omega can fight someone else. Don't fuck up your TV ratings. Don't listen to dumb fucks. Don't hot potato the belt around again. MJF loses to Omega. What the fuck does that do, buddy? You're trying to make new stars for the fucking future. So you MJF and Ospreay, you want them to go on a year-long generational feud that is like Roman and fucking Cody Rhodes, where it spans 2 years and it's built up to multiple fucking, hopefully that's what you get out of it. But Dave's just like, what's a bigger, better match? Who can do a Poison Rana better, Bryan?
But the story, you know, the fact is that I think at the end of the day,
I think. Just pause it there. Dave thinking. Really.
Omega might be bigger, but even if he's not, his time is probably best this year because
and Dave wants to see Omega Ospreay again.
The storyline with him, going for this one last title run, and they, if they don't pay it off, it's kind of an unfulfilled storyline, and I think they should. And the reality is like MJF doesn't.
Buddy, they didn't pay off Andrade either that you were glazing. And it's so good. All these challengers, they didn't pay off any of that. Andrade and Kenny were just in a multi-man fuckery match. So, shut up.
Have to be.
It's MJF Ospreay. If you don't do that, you're fucking dumb and a bad booker. And you just hop it and your belt means nothing.
Champion to be a top guy. Plus, the other thing is that you got, for London, I have no idea if they're doing this, but to me, it's like London should be Omega Ospreay and MJF against Adam Page, with Adam Page returning.
Oh my God! Oh
I think
no!
That's that's a really strong, plus.
And if they do it that way, and Dave is sitting here pretending this is what he thinks should happen, so either Tone listens to him or Tone already told him that, and so Dave is putting it out there to get the feelers on the situation. Okay. And A Lifetime of Wrestling for $2.79 says Ospreay already beat MJF at Wembley 2 years ago. And that's fine and dandy. Here's the fucking thing. MJF is working for AEW right now. So to just hot potato it to Kenny so that MJF can just fight Hangman, who's comes and goes and no one really gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck about Hangman, okay? I don't care. He comes back. It's lackluster. The Dynamite stink. People don't care. It's always lackluster. Yeah, he's a good wrestler. They took the belt off him right away last time. So what can MJF do? It's your top heel versus your top babyface. We're trying to make stars. We're trying to make Ospreay the top guy. Ospreay and MJF, okay, they fought 2 years ago. Okay. They fight at this All In. Ospreay lose. No, I don't think he can lose. You're paying him millions, right? It's and that's the thing. You're paying someone millions. You want to put the belt on them because they draw. Well, MJF's the only fucking draw. So, okay, Ospreay loses, and then the next year, Ospreay spends the year like Cody Rhodes did fighting Dak to get his match against Roman, against MJF. And MJF reigns with it for another year. You got to do something like that to hook us in, to hook people in. Otherwise, it just ain't working. Because you know what else happened 2 years ago? Fucking All In drew more than this one is going to draw. Okay, and we've already seen Kenny Ospreay as well. We saw that shit. I think they've already had 3 matches with each other. I'm pretty sure they've had how many? Let me just Google it. How many matches has Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay had? Because they just hotshot book it. 3 documented matches. Yeah. So again, at New Japan Wrestle Kingdom 17 and 23, they had a match. And then in June, that was in January. In June 23, they had another match in Japan. Or no, at AEW New Japan Forbidden Door. So in AEW. And then October 1st. So in the fall, they couldn't even wait. They couldn't even wait for it. They had, a multi-man tag match took place here. Okay, so I guess it wasn't one-on-one. So Kenny is 1 over Ospreay. So what Dave is doing, so thank you for bringing that up, actually, because it forced me to Google this shit, and it just confirmed to me my suspicion. Because they're 1-1, okay? They're 1-1. And Tone got his hands on Ospreay and just immediately did the match that they did in fucking New Japan. He couldn't wait to do it. That's fine. But think about this. They're 1-1. So that means that's what Tone is going to do. Dave is just letting everybody know. And like he's done with numerous other fucking storylines and debuts, he's spoiling it for AEW. And then he wonders why the fucking attendance goes down. He wonders why the ratings go down. He wonders why people call him a shill because he's going, they have a fantastic Wembley card. I think they should do these 2 things. Then they're going to do those 2 things. Dave's going to pretend like I knew. Oh, I mean, yeah, I knew the whole time. And well, it's not pretending. Like we all know that he knows because Tone tells. But this just means Tone ran this shit by Dave already. which is even worse, man. And Dave is letting it out there, letting it be known that's what they're going to do. Buy your tickets early. Meanwhile, the sales and everything's gone down. But they're 1-1. Dave just spoiled it. There you go, Tone. There you go, Tone. I hope you're happy.
Tony Khan.
No point in even watching it. We fucking know the ending. You know what I mean? Fuck, man. Like, it's their big WrestleMania show, All In, and Dave, you couldn't shut your fucking mouth? Imagine, like, someone telling you that fucking Iron Man was going to put the Infinity Gauntlet on or whatever the fuck and snap Thanos away and shit. Spoilers. You know what I mean? Like, Dave, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? I thought they already wrapped the trilogy, but no, it's just been the 2 matches. They're 1-1. So there you go. They're going to do that at All In. It's going to be Kenny winning in Montreal. Dave just said it. He spoiled it all. Kenny's going to win in Montreal, and then MJF's going to fight Hangman, and then you're going to have fucking Kenny versus Ospreay one last time. Ospreay gets crowned the champ, wins the trilogy. It's Omega's pleasure. The first match was in Nuge. The second match was in AEW/Nuge. The final match is in AEW. It is poetic. It is cool. That actually is like a cool, okay. That's like cool on the stat sheet that you can lay it out that way, even though 2 of their matches were 3 fucking years ago. And you waited 3 more fucking years to get to this point. But Dave just spoiled it, man.
You got to be a hoe.
You know, so what's the point of any of this? This is what I'm saying. Like, how can we care about it when he just spoiled it and we know you talk to him and call him on the phone? Tone. Dave just blew up your fucking spot. And I've covered this innumerable times on DMDMW as well. Dave thinks he's being cute and coy and slick, and he thinks we can't see through his bullshit, and he thinks he's helping AEW out by doing this. Attendance and ratings are down, dude. You fucked up, man. This is crazy. I'm actually like, I lost energy in my body and soul realizing, oh, fuck, he just spoiled it all. I wish I didn't even hear this. Because now there's now it's like, I don't even need to watch Dynamite until then because it's fucking pointless. It's not like anyone's invested in the TNT title or anything like that. You know? Fucking crazy that Dave just spoiled this.
Takeshi and Kyle Fletcher, if you want a freaking match of the year.
If you want a match of the year, I'll just give it that. If you book what I'm saying, you'll get match of the year, Takeshi fucking Fletcher. Okay, Dave.
And they're obviously going to Takeshi and Fletcher. I don't know if they're going to wait till London.
He just goes in, obviously you're going to do this match. Well, why is that obvious? How do we not know Okada versus Takeshita rematch? How the fuck don't, you know, like, oh, yes, Fletcher attacked him, but it's like, we don't know that for sure. And you're laying it out for everybody. Again, maybe they do it in Montreal, Dave, but you're just ruining it for everybody, man.
No, I think that one might be a little sooner, but they really have they got a great Wembley show. I think that show.
We don't know that. We haven't seen it yet. We don't know that. You're just doing PR for it. You're just promoting.
I think that show's going to do a giant pay-per-view number. I don't know. You know, the jury's out on if it will be successful in that building, because in that building, 30,000 people is not a success, even though 30,000 people for pro wrestling in London or any city in the world is a success.
3 Mondays, WWE does 30,000 all over the country. Somehow that's comparable to AEW in any fucking way. And so Dave just goes, in that building, 30,000's not successful, but 30,000 in any city for any wrestling company is successful. So which is it then?
I think
you dumb fuck. So we move along. And Dave Meltzer, he talks about Ospreay a little bit more. Well, he talks about the UK first, and he says, with the UK, having an ongoing cost of, living crisis. So again, he's blaming the living crisis. Not that, AEW's peak is over, like he said about WrestleMania, but there's a living crisis. The cost of transport in London being extremely prohibitive, and the show now being part of a standard MyAEW subscription. It's tough for a lot of fans to justify the cost, Bryan, as the card starts. And again, it's not because of the bad booking or storytelling or how they've fucking lost momentum and you're spoiling everything for them. And if you want, you can just see the world title or Ospreay appear on Rev Pro or at fucking HOG Wrestling and on random fucking indies. It has nothing to do with that. As the card starts to take shape, there will be more tickets shifted, but right now it's going to be difficult for the company to get even close to the 53K they sold in 24. And the 53K is like 30K less if you want to take the kayfabe 81,000 or whatever the fuck. So think about this fall off. This is like an insane fall off, dude. And even Dave is like, if they do 30,000, that means they're not expecting to do 30. That means Tone's going to have to paper it and give tickets away to do 30 is what they're anticipating. Fucking cooked, man. That's cooked, bro. That's one of the biggest fall offs ever. And the thing is like, it's year over year over year too. It's not like, they have one good year, then this shit's the bed. It's like, dude, they go to the States. It all goes to shit. They can't bounce back. You know? And so Dave talks about Ospreay here, and he says he's who's the main eventer of All In, according to Dave. And he says, Ospreay is an interesting case. High-end Randy Savage, or I don't know who he's talking about here, but listen to the comparison. He goes, high-end Randy Savage. High-end Randy Savage. Like what, high on cocaine or high-end Randy Savage? Like it's a fucking, like it's a drug you pick up from the store or something. What does that mean, high-end Randy Savage? That literally doesn't even make sense. Like it's different from, it's a persona card. It's a persona card, like in 2K. High-end Randy Savage, like the Macho King. High-end Randy Savage was like an Ospreay level talent and years ahead of his time. Phenomenal. Imagine comparing Randy Savage to Will Ospreay. It's fucking insane.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
House show Randy Savage. So another persona card. House show Randy Savage in no way would be top 300 I've seen. I can easily say the worst house show Pat Patterson match I saw was better than 80% or more of Savage's house show matches. So, Dave, you attended 80% or more of Savage's house show when things weren't on the internet and weren't on tape? How the fuck does he expect?
Baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
How the fuck does he expect people to believe this when he says shit like this? How, like, so you saw 80% of Randy Savage's house show matches. Randy Savage, when he was on, he was like a fucking Will Ospreay level. What the fuck, man? Ospreay, you need to say he's at a Savage level, but he's not even. So you shouldn't say that. And then also, so that just shows you, dude, Dave thinks Ospreay's better than fucking Savage. Randy Savage, dude, the Macho Man, dude. Okay. And he goes, I think anyone who saw both regularly would say that. As for whether Savage should be higher or lower than Patterson, I have no idea. Both are great characters and excellent workers when they wanted to be. But that's the danger of trying to rank wrestlers while only seeing a few of their best matches and not their 4 to 6 day per week matches. Hey, Dave, you didn't see their 4 to 6 per day fucking matches either.
The only reason I know about this is because I know about it.
Not all of these matches were taped. They weren't on the internet. And also, Dave, those matches aren't supposed to be seen by the masses. They're called house shows. They're for that house and they weren't televised. And then the televised shit is what you go off of because that's what the masses seen. Right? So what Dave is talking about is like in MMA, it's the equivalent of, oh man, that guy in the gym, that guy's a world beater. But in the cage, does he show up and win his fights? No. And there's a lot of guys like that who in the fucking gym, they're beasts. They get in the fucking ring and they suck. And they fucking don't live up to the moment. And that's the equivalent of what Dave, I guess, in a way. You're talking about like, okay, the house show's the house show, man. It's not supposed to be the TV. The TV's where it matters. But Dave likes to take things that don't matter and then amplify them in some condescending way as if he's some elitist, snobby fucking, well, I saw his house show matches, 80% of them. No, you didn't, because they weren't on TV and shit, dumb fuck.
Are you sure about that?
So, but that, yeah, whatever. That's the danger of only seeing. See, he thinks he's better than everybody. Everybody who reads Dave Meltzer's shit or watches his shit or listens to his shit, he thinks he's better than you. And he condescends you when he says shit like this. You've only seen his TV matches, none of his house shows. Like, nobody saw his house shows, Dave. So everybody's dumber than you because you just invented in your head that you telepathically somehow saw these fucking matches and then compared him to Osprey. Like, that's the dumbest shit of all time. And speaking of the dumbest shit of all time, man, again, Dave Meltzer, he starts spurging out and melting down about the fucking numbers and about the fake news story, quote unquote. And we have John McMullen, JF McMullen's response, okay, to Dave Meltzer directly. Because again, Dave starts mixing it up with real journalists and real guys who really do shit. And then he just looks like a stupid fucking idiot. He makes himself look dumb. So Dave Meltzer has this to say. Some people should probably shut up with the fake story they tried to spread about Tony Khan being told in August that he was being kicked off TV is exposed. So he can't even write an actual coherent sentence. Some people should probably shut up when the fake story they tried to spread about Tony Khan being told in August that he was being kicked off TV is exposed. So they never said he was being kicked off TV. They said he wasn't being renewed. Okay. They said that it was a hookup through TV execs and people you have no business even talking about because you're a dumb fuck, wrestling fanboy. And nothing was exposed. There was no fake story. And then you made up it was about WWE. There's no fake story from WWE. It was just Nicolo Piccolo saying some shit that he claims he tripled and quadruple sourced. Then JF McMullen, John McMullen, wrote a story on it in a positive light. And Dave took it as some negative shit, had a crybaby hissy fit. And when it comes to real NFL reporters, Dave claims he would be one. Meanwhile, he calls people Patrick Mahomes.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time, too.
And then real NFL reporters or sports reporters report shit, and Dave has a crybaby hissy fit about it and wants us to believe he's not a shill. Probably should apologize, or at least tell me why you aren't seeing massive contract cuts already. Massive cuts across the board, and the trade journals aren't being told my rival companies about all the places he's negotiating his new deal with, all of which would have started 10 months ago if that fake story was real. So, Dave, that quote-unquote fake story, they claim that Tone just said he was going to he was going to YouTube. And also, he's been having meetings around town, is what was said, and these meetings can happen in private, just like allegedly he was privately told some shit, and WBD didn't deny anybody said stuff. They just said we never formally or professionally told Tone anything, right? And so, again, when Dave's like, my rival companies, he meant to write by, but that's just a little Freudian slip. And again, Dave goes, probably should apologize. Why? You make up fake shit and don't apologize for it all the time. Should you apologize because of the fake backlash in Tokyo? Should you apologize because of the Rousey Ogawa stuff you just were completely lied to and worked by people? What about the fake spreadsheet for the WBD fucking thing in the Fightful Discord? Should you apologize for that? Dave, when you're wrong about all that stuff? because you don't apologize for anything. Okay? And he goes, why isn't there massive contract cuts? I don't know. Why didn't Tone, when Elbu was going, oh, well, Tony has to save 10 people after the recent WWE cuts, and he didn't sign anybody. He signed one guy. Why isn't Tone signing up 10 people like he would have before and doing double debuts like he did with Cole and fucking Danielson and shit? Why isn't he doing that? I don't know. He's not cutting people, but according to you, Dave, he's making money hand over fist and is in the green, and he's making, according to you, $3.6 million every single week. The money's rolling in and they're laughing. And how can you say he's a money mark? And how can you say that they're not doing good business? And of course, AEW's profitable, according to you, Dave. So if they're profitable, but they're just going to walk into, okay, they don't want to renew us and we're just going to, or take the year option and we're just going to go walk and get even more money, even more green cash on top of the green arrows going all the way up. Just pile this money from this new TV deal from wherever we go on top of the other. Why would anyone apologize if they're doing massive numbers and this would actually be a good thing because WBD's too stupid to take them for an extra year, Dave? And then they're just going to go walk in. Obviously, if we go by your numbers and your metrics, they're just going to go get a massive new huge deal somewhere else, right? And they're making money. They're in the green. They're rolling in the dough, according to you. So why, even if they were told this shit, why would they do massive talent cuts? Now you're coping and fucking
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
So if everything Dave said was real, he would just go, well, who cares even if they are? They're making so much money. All the numbers are through the roof. They're super successful right now, like I've been saying, and they're just going to make a shitload of money and from another TV deal. So it's actually WBD's loss. But instead he's spurging out, no, they won't kick him off. He'll still be with them. And that's the whole thing. Like, Dave, by his reaction to this, shows you that the writing is on the wall when it comes to AEW. Because he knows that if this is true, it will fucking shatter his cognitive dissonance. He'll spiral. Oh, my God. Like, he knows that if this is true, it's just fucked for AEW. And everything he said is going to make him look stupid. So he's like, no, they're going to take the option and all this shit. Why the fuck wouldn't you be like, well, that's their loss and they're stupid idiots? That's what Dave's response should be. And I wrote, why the fuck would Tony Khan do mass talent cuts when you said he's been bringing in $3.6 million every single week? According to you, he's making buckets of money and has infinite money outside of wrestling. Now he's got to save cash. You're losing it, Unk. And it's because it doesn't make sense. Dave. And this is where Dave fucks up and hurts AEW. They're bringing all this money in. Okay, then why would they save cash even if they were getting the boot? Nothing you say actually adds up because you know it's bullshit. And you can't just keep lying forever because it just never adds up. And then you look dumber and dumber and dumber. You're dumb, and Dave is dumb and dumber. Okay? And so, again, man, John McMullen responds like, look at this cope. This guy here goes, he didn't totally rewrite the story. He added WBD and AEW's comments. Bulk of the story was the same. Exactly. Because look at what Dave's saying. He totally rewrote his story to say almost the opposite within hours. No, he didn't. He just said AEW and WBD aren't corroborating this. That's all he said, Dave. You didn't read it. You're a fucking fraud. And then this guy goes, he didn't totally rewrite it. For someone who likes to put people down about reading, you didn't do so much there. Look at Dave Scope. He sure did. He went from saying they were done, but writing a story saying essentially, I have no clue, completely different meaning. No, that's not what he did. You're fucking dumb. You don't know how to read. You're fucking not competent, and you have bad media literacy skills, and you're terrible at your job, Dave. And you fucked up, and you didn't actually read the shit. Okay? That's all it is, dude. He didn't say the complete opposite. He just included what they said and said, yeah, we don't actually know for sure. just like he said in the original thing. So John McMullen goes, the whole story was written to explain WBD was no longer making the decision. That's it. You've become a joke. Your source guessing is embarrassing. This is the last time I even engage your nonsense. Boom, fucking cooked him by a real fucking journalist. Dave gets fucking cooked, dude. Flute in the bum. Cooked, buddy. And just the source guessing and shit, right? And he's like, this is the last time I engage your nonsense. And again, he goes, I just wrote it as a positive, saying AEW has the power, like He-Man, and also that it was a hookup. And stories like this leak all the time. Oh, this guy gave a hookup, whatever. He was just letting, like, hey, it sheds good. It makes WBD look good. It makes AEW look good. It gives them more power. Dave spurging out all this fake story. Really, Dave, if you wanted to help AEW, you wouldn't spoil their biggest show. And you would start talking shit like, well, whatever. They're doing $500,000 on Max. Anybody would be happy to pick them up. And then when people do their Googles, your name pops up, Wrestling Observer, top of the list. Pops up, and then the people doing the research go, fuck, man, if this guy's correct, we should offer them some money and shit. But instead, Dave just adds fuel to the fire, makes himself look dumb. People look it up and go, oh, this is who's defending a unknown fraudulent liar whose hair's falling out because his brain cells are seeping out of the pores of his fucking scalp, trying to escape, grasping for oxygen. It's fucking crazy, dude. And so, again, what did Dave Meltzer say about AEW? And just wrestling in general. He says there's never been any correlation between ratings and attendance. Here's the attendance versus the ratings. We looked at this chart earlier. We're going to look at it again. Look at this fucking chart. There's a couple little spikes, you know, there's a couple little, okay, the viewership might do higher than the attendance or vice versa a couple times, but look, it's like 1-to-1. This is from Q3 21 to Q2 26. Directly correlated. Dave's like, there's never, ever been a correlation in all of wrestling. And when talking about WWE, he tries to say that Raw's doing the same ratings as fucking Dynamite, but Dynamite puts 2,000 people in a building, and WWE does 12,000 people in a fucking building. Their house shows outdraw Double or Nothing, which is the highest attended, biggest gate fucking, and apparently the tickets are cheaper too.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Dave doesn't understand this. Here's physical proof that yes, absolutely, there's a correlation between attendance and television viewership. Nielsen or not, look at that. Boom. So Dave just gets fucking destroyed there. And again, look at these two miserable sad sacks. Like, these are the two fucking miserable, boomer, tired, bored, they could give a fuck less guys who go to bat for AEW. Now, I know Bryan is accused of shilling, but he pushes back a bit. But this is the side piece, and Dave loves the side piece because, you know, Garrett just fucking tells Dave all the sweet nothings he wants to hear and supports him even when he's fucking up, and Dave loves this. The girlfriend treats him better. GG, Garrett girlfriend is what that stands
for. 6 years, essentially, you know, it's people, you know, again, who wanted to predict doom for AEW. And you know what? I mean, look.
Nobody's ever wanted to predict doom for AEW until you and the sickos became the mascot fighting for it.
That was probably the smart money in 2019. It's like, you know what I mean? It was like most of these companies that would get started up in this situation would have died going against WWE and all that. This one just didn't. You know, and I mean, like, yeah, TNA never died, but come on. I mean, TNA.
So I've covered this before on the show. I mean, look at these miserable coping sad sacks. We're not even going to listen to the rest of this clip, but here's the thing. And I covered this last week. When we say, oh, it's dead, we mean dead like fucking people don't mean dead. They mean dead the way people talked about TNA. TNA's dead, bro. No one watches that shit. ROH is dead. No one watches that shit. But Dave doesn't understand the commonality of language. Dave doesn't understand expressions. He has poor media literacy. He takes things literal. Amelia Bedelia, Dave Meltzer here. Oh, it's dead. People don't mean dead like gone. We know tone will keep it alive forever. We mean dead like no motion, no activity. It's not in the meta. It ain't the bee's knees. People think it's whack, it's lame, it's the shits. That's what people are talking about, okay? And so now let's talk about New Japan for a second before we get out of here. So it relates a little bit to AEW as the Wrestling Observer posts this. Jeff Jarrett talks New Japan sale number being shockingly low. Now, I've broken this down. I think it's shockingly low, quote unquote, because they want to keep it in Japan primarily, and they don't really want to sell to any American company. A lot of people are like, why didn't Tone swoop in? And again, it's like, so monopolization is good when it's fucking Tone, but when it's anywhere else, it's not a good thing, and nobody should be partnered up and blah, blah, blah. So Switchblade posts this. He says, just as if AEW was to be sold tomorrow, the number would be shockingly low compared to the $2 billion estimates out there. Dave claimed New Japan was valued at $126 million to $158 million in 2019. Revenues are pretty much similar to 2019, 4.7 billion yen to 5.4 billion yen, yet it's sold for a value 4 to 5 times less. So all that Switchblade is doing, and this is an ultimate own that deserves way more fucking like credit and respect for Switchblade pointing this out, okay? So when Dave said, oh, AEW would be worth $2 billion if it sold right now, his fucking numbers were completely off. He was cooked, and he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, okay? Here's the thing. With New Japan, you go back to 2019, and Dave was saying it was valued at almost $158 million. Well, the revenues are pretty much similar to 2019, yet it's sold for 4 to 5 times less than what Dave's talking about. And so when people tried to point this out with AEW, Dave, no, it's not. You know what I mean? No, it's worth $2 billion, Brian. How much do you think it's worth? Tone's a billionaire. But here you go. It's just proving, yeah, but Dave, the way you crunch these numbers and your estimates are off because you're not a good business analysis. You're not a numbers guy, B. Okay, you're none of that shit. You're fucking terrible, and you never know what you're talking about. So here is Dave Meltzer talking about the ownership change. And shout out Tryon Bryan.
New Japan changing ownership for the first time in over a decade. Dave, what's going on?
Ended up
Dave,
selling
what's going
to
on?
a combination of Cyber Agent, which is the parent company of Abema TV, and also DDT, Tokyo Joshi Pro, and Pro Wrestling Noah. So they're all going to be, we're getting to this point where I think.
So they're all going to be, we're getting to this point where I think, and he's all sad and fucking doom and gloom. Look how depressed he is. He should be like, man, they're going to take it to the next level. This is awesome. But he sees the writing on the wall and he's fucking depressed. Dave's fucking sad. He's going through it, dude.
There may be a lot of wrestling companies, but there's only going to be a few companies owning wrestling companies on a major basis, it seems like. Between WWE, owning multiple companies, and Ring of Honor and AEW together.
So look at Dave, man. It just seems like there's only going to be a few wrestling companies owning things, so that's kind of a bummer instead of them owning themselves.
And
he's so depressed and tired and bored, man. Dude, I'm more enthusiastic about this shit. I'm not even as big of a Nuge fan as you claim to be. And motherfucker, my breakdown of this was way better than yours.
Cyber Agent, owning many different Japanese companies. So it was just, it was a big surprise in a lot of ways. Bushiroad's keeping Stardom. Stardom's still going to work with New Japan. I've not talked to Tony Khan, so I don't know how this affects everything.
You have not talked to Tony
Fire!
Khan?
they're still under contract, and all those things are not going to change right away. In the long run, with new ownership, things will change. Tanahashi retirement was kind of like, in a lot of ways, the end of the road, and then they're paying for the book.
Has nothing to do with Tone gutting their roster. And then the only guys left, Tsuji and Takahashi and Evil. You guys are like, Tone doesn't like them. Fuck those guys. Okay.
They needed to make, they needed to make the new star, the guy, and they didn't do it. And they needed that.
So they didn't. Gabe Kidd wasn't getting extremely popular, and fucking, he's one of the gaijin that they liked, and some of these guys, Takeshita, they didn't like him over there, and some of these other people that Tone fucking gutted and stole away. So Jay White wasn't a star who could still be there tearing it up if they gave a fuck. Like, Tone stole everybody. Will Ospreay wasn't the guy. It's fucking crazy, man. Tone signed everybody who Tanahashi failed to make any guy. No, all the guys that he made are now in AEW, and Dave won't say anything about that.
One to turn to, if there was any hope of turning the company around, they had to create another Okada or another Tanahashi, a bunch of guys just interchangeable that are good wrestlers. That doesn't cut it. It never cuts it. It's a star-driven business.
So interchangeable, not star, interchangeable guys who can wrestle good in AEW isn't good, or isn't true in Dave's mind when people use that critique, but he uses it against New Japan, and he doesn't even bring up for 1 second. He tries to create the narrative. Of course, Tone
Dave
had
is
nothing
so
to do
bad.
with it.
Dave is the devil. Oh.
Fucking Dave is a piece of shit, man. And so Dave talks about how does the ownership affect AEW and WWE, and listen to how bummed out, look how fucking depressed and defeated he is. It's
yeah, I mean, as far as Japan is going, WWE will be moving to Netflix, and we'll see how they do. Should help the Netflix numbers a little bit. I don't think it's going to be a drastic change. And as far as AEW goes, AEW had been on New Japan World and will remain on New Japan World, I believe, till the end of August, when the contract is up. And when the contract is up, they will be pulling.
Nope, they pulled it off earlier, Dave. AEW's no longer on there. And so when Dave goes, all this stuff's contracted. Oh, the New Japan AEW partnership is contracted, and it won't be up until, okay, well, they actually removed all the fucking AEW stuff off of New Japan World already, or they began to, and they announced that they're going to. So I don't know. Maybe actually I'm wrong. Maybe someone can correct me and let me know. Hey, Phil, actually they did say it won't be until August, but as far as my understanding, didn't they said no more AEW content will be available on there starting like now, or starting at the end of, or like the start of this month, right? June, like no longer will whatever the fuck. So again, man, these contracts, they can fucking switch them around and rib like it's business, Dave. You don't know shit about this.
From New Japan World.
You worry about your fucking 75% off new subscriber deals.
And they will be, focusing on building My AEW, the same thing that you get in the UK, Europe, and all that. That will be they will be that will be opened up.
Holy fuck, it will be Dave, take a breath and just don't lie and just speak honestly from the heart. Speak the truth. It should roll off your tongue. It should come off the top of your brain. It's one thing to like forget a name and be like, fuck, there's some, but like, it's like, it'll get you like, just speak honestly, buddy. You're depressed. You're sad. Just admit I'm upset about this. Dub's going to the E's going to swoop in. The Fed's going to swoop in. It leaves it more open for that. AEW will be fine though, right? Everything's okay. Just fucking admit how you feel.
Building My AEW, the same thing that you get in the UK, Europe, and all that. That will be they will be that will be opened up in the Japanese market, including the cheaper pay-per-views and things like that, the access to the pay-per-views as part of a monthly subscription. So that change is coming soon. I don't know how this affects, AEW with New Japan, other than, they have the deal for Forbidden Door every year, and I don't think that's changing this year or anything like that. And I don't think it'll change going forward even.
Why not though? So TVSI and Cyber Agent don't want TV ratings and shit. Why wouldn't it change? AEW's done nothing to help them in the States. They gutted their fucking roster, and now they're in a rebuild phase. Might as well team up with someone else other than fucking AEW.
I think that that's just one of those shows that AEW likes to do, and it's
well, Rampage was a show that AEW liked to do too.
They have the thing with Stardom, and also CMLL is going to be involved, this year. And
what does that have to do with Nuge?
They haven't told us any of the talent though. I guess Hazuki maybe, but we don't even know that. Who's going to be on the?
There's no names. Nobody cares about anyone in Nuge right now because Tone stole them all, and so he's just going to be like Okada versus this guy, Takeshita versus this guy, and it's going to be X Nuge guys, and then like 2 fucking Nuge guys on the pre-show.
Who's going to be from these different companies on the show? I'm pretty sure that if Mistico is healthy, he'll be on the show.
Oh my God. So
be
now he's just talking about CMLL because there's nothing to talk about with Nuge. It's done. It's over.
I don't even know that one for sure. So we'll see.
And then he starts talking about Mistico. Fuck, man. And it just goes to show you, Dave didn't really care about Nuge. He cared that the guys who sucked his balls at PWG went over there and were having fucking matches.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time too.
So, lastly, Dave just gets felted here. And Meltzer said, what says the movie Dave is talking about is Almost Famous. So somebody posted this. We need Dennis Quaid as Dave Meltzer on The Observer. Or in The Observer, pardon me. A movie about the start of the Wrestling Observer would feed generations of wrestling fans. No, it wouldn't. It would be a terribly boring movie. It would be a movie about a guy who sits in a fucking office while shit's growing on his face and his fucking hair follicles are falling out while he types away 80 million words, has WWE on in the background while he's just throwing papers all over an office and not leaving his fucking house and shit. It would be about unless you made the movie about this guy's mental decline, okay, and how he just was proven to be a fucking, he started as something genuine and he got proven to be a fraud. You understand that what Dave Meltzer does, this isn't like some prolific journalist who hit the scene and was on the beat, started as a beat reporter and went out and was on the scene and fucking at all these wrestling shows. It's about a guy who fucking sits there and just watches wrestling constantly, literally staring at a screen watching wrestling. Not going to any of these events. It's a story about a fucking guy who wished he was one of the boys and all of the boys rejected him. And who just made shit up and his brain rotted to the point where he fucking just argues with people on Twitter all day. Between arguing with people on Twitter all day, watching all the wrestling that Bryan Alvarez doesn't watch, what would this movie be about? Literally, really think about it. You would have to turn it into one of those true stories where the shit ain't even, where all of it's not true. And he was like at the matches that he claims he fucking seen and is talking about. It's just about a guy fucking lying about stuff and literally watching wrestling all day. That's not interesting. Okay? Whatsoever. And then, yeah, the movie Dave is talking about is Almost Famous because Dave responded to this, that the movie was already done in 2000. So Dave is, again, Almost Famous. If you guys haven't seen it, it's a semi-autobiographical comedy drama written and directed by Cameron Crowe. And it's 1973. Almost Famous chronicles the funny and often poignant coming-of-age 15-year-old William Miller, an unabashed music fan and aspiring rock journalist. So if you guys haven't seen it, yeah, it's a movie about a guy who like wrote for the fucking Rolling Stone and fucking went on tour with this famous band. And the best scene is when they do is when they're on the bus and they're all in an argument or whatever, and then they start singing Tiny Dancer. Hold me closer, Tiny Dancer. Da-na-na. Count the headlights on the highway. do. Lay me down in sheets of linen. Shout out Elton John, dude. Fucking one of the best. But that's the best scene from that movie. But anyways, Almost Famous is an awesome fucking movie, and it's about this guy who goes to write for Rolling Stone, and then he goes on tour with this big fucking band, and then he blows up as this writer, and all the rock bands want to come to him, and he's this young kid. So Dave is acting like that movie was already made in 2000, like About My Life essentially was Almost Famous. So Dave was getting hot bitch groupies who were fucking overdosing in the hotel with their titties out, and he's partying with rock stars and gets noticed and becomes the famous fucking, oh, well, all these promoters took me under their wing and we went and fucking partied it up, and I became the most prolific writer in the history of fucking, like he's gonna, I don't know, man. It's just Dave's fantasies are the funniest things ever, and go and watch, Almost Famous. Okay, a tremendous fucking film. But I guarantee you, Dave sat in a room and watched wrestling. He didn't go watch live rock stars fucking on the road with them in their fucking bus on their planes and shit. The motherfucker goes to wrestling shows, tries to sit down with Booker T on the Jericho cruise, gets bitched out by Sharmell and forced to leave. He's a fucking clown. Everyone hates him. The wrestling world didn't embrace him. They all fucking rejected him because he's a fucking lying clown. And he just sits in a room with papers everywhere and isn't even really a fan of wrestling. He's a fan of one type of wrestling, and his brain dissolved into fucking mush from Twitter arguing. He Twitter argues people and fucking puts WWE on the background while he types about other wrestling shows that he watched and clapped like a fucking baby seal at. You know what I'm saying? And Dave, you're a liar, you're a fraud, you're a phony, allegedly, in my opinion. And that's why I will never stop roasting you. You are not Almost Famous. You're Almost Infamous. The title of Dave's movie is Almost Infamous. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. Featuring Bryan Alvarez. And guys, that was 4 hours of Felt. I appreciate you all for being here. I will see you guys for Sicko Saturday. Time Cop. Peace and love.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
You're overdue. I just felt it's something that makes you look good, and that's cool, and I'm all for it, but I think you need to tone this down because now it's getting obtrusive to the show. But they can go in the afternoon for a US
Hold
show,
on a second.
as they did there, and they
Dave?
can do 180,000 buys for an afternoon show, which they've also done for All In. So
Okay,
we
hold
know
on.
they can do. We know they can do big.
Can I
numbers for an
continue
afternoon.
this before you cut me off? We
Yeah,
know
go ahead.
one thing.
Yes.
We know it
No,
might have done well because
I'm
it went
not-
on first.
I'm not saying it would.
Here's my thing, Dave.
But here's okay. Wait. Okay, here's the thing.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
I mean, it didn't mean anything to me. It was just a match.
That's the problem, Dave. It should mean something to you.
Give him a quick squash win just to show that, he's not a loser.